Right. So today is going to be a fantastic one, like I said earlier. Okay. We're still going to be expecting quite a number of people to join us. This is just 2 minutes past time, but we're going to be starting anyways. So to kickstart, we would like to know where you're joining in from. Okay. So where are you joining in from? Are you in Nigeria? Are you in Kenya? Are you in Sierra Leone? Are you in the UK? Are you in Germany? Are you in Canada, US? Are you in Pluto? Anywhere you are, please specify in the comment. Let's see. So we can see quite a number of people from Nigeria, Lagos, Niger. Justin from Nigeria, Gio from the UK. All right, let's see. Let's see any other person from somewhere else. Oh, we have Donald from South Africa. All right, we have Milani. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. From Ethiopia, we have a Cameroonian in the house. We have someone from UAE. We have the UK. Ibadan. Okay, so it's good to have you guys on board. It's good to have you. It's good to have you guys around. Okay, just going to spotlight the people we're going to be working with today. So, as you can see on my screen here, I've brought in, very, very powerful people, okay? And, I have Aziz, I have Kennechuku, I have Emmanuel that will be coming to share their experience, ranging from the UK to Canada, all right? And all the questions and all the myths that you think exist in, transitioning to tech, we're going to be debunking most of those myths today, all right? And, actionable steps that will take you actionable step on how to kickstart and how to grow your career in tech. All right. So a lot of people want to get started in tech, but they don't know how to start. They don't know how to transition. They don't know how to. They don't even know how to get started. So that's the reason why we're having the session today. And even for professionals that are looking to change their careers, that's the reason why we're having the session. And even for people that have transitioned, how can you grow? I've been a data analyst in a small startup. How can I move from that startup to a bigger organization? Those questions will be answered today. All right. So the next, the next 2 hours is going to be a very interactive one. And I want you guys to, please listen. That's the key thing I will tell you. Please listen. And any questions you have, we'll be taking questions at the end of the session. All right. So we'll be taking questions at the end of the session. So if you have any question, please write it down so you don't forget. Please write it down so you don't forget. All right. We don't want to interrupt the guests we have in the house today. So any train of thought that they have, we always want to keep it flowing. So we won't be interrupted with questions. So we'll be taking them at the end of the session. All right. So without wasting too much time, I'm going to be calling forward the first person in the house, which is Nonye Unwokolu. That's how on yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna add you to spotlight so everybody can see your fresh, clean face. Okay. All right. All right. Also, I will bring it in Chiku and Aziz Busari is in here. So I'll just call it bring in Aziz Busari. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you to just turn in your video so everyone can see. Oh, yes, fantastic. It's good to have you here, Aziz. And last but not the least is Kennechuku. So I have
Yeah.
Kennechuku. Just to confirm, Kennechuku, if you can hear me. Okay,
Yes, I can hear you. I just don't know why my video is not showing. But
no, I'm going to spotlight you now. You're a star boy. Do you understand? So we give you. Okay, your video is not turning on. I'm not sure
no,
why.
it's not turning on. I don't know why. Maybe I should just drop off
Try.
and join back.
Okay, please, you could do that. All right, you could do that real quick. Edna, don't worry, it's not a practical session. You could just listen in. You could just listen. It's not a practical session. Okay. All right. So we have Nonia, Aziz, and Kenechiko will be joining us in a second. And Adeza is also in the house, no doubt about that. So, anyways, we'll be kickstarting, like I said. Okay, so with a little bit of introduction for the people that if you're joining us for the first time, if this is your first master class with Analytics, I want you guys to drop a 1 in the chat. So if this is the first time you are joining Analytics masterclass organized by Analytics, please put a 1 in the chat. Let's see the newcomers in the house. Okay, Chris is a newcomer. Fantastic. Good to have you here. Tunde, Okoyemi, yeah, quite a number of what fantastic. So we have our dedicated ushers, guys. we have an usher that will be taking you newcomers to the seats. So if you look to your right, you'll see some vacant seats to your right. All right. So we'll be getting you across to the right to, we have jollof rice, chicken, and video meal arranged for newcomers. So the usher will take you there. Anyways, it's good to have you guys around. So for the newcomers that told me that are seeing this for the first time, all right. What we do at Analytics is an educational technology firm, and our the goal for Analytics essentially is to get more Africans into tech. That's like the most easy way to put it. All right. So our own goal is to educate and also help and hold Africans across the world, not just Africans in Africa, but Africans in the diaspora in the UK, in Germany, across Europe, in Canada, in the US, and across the world essentially. So if you're an African and you're looking to transition, the best person, the best place you should be is with Analytics, because it will literally upload you and guide you through your journey from that base level where you are to landing an high-paying tech job. So essentially, that's what we do. All right. And we've brought in, global tech talent to come and speak with you today. All right. To nudge you and also tell you about the opportunities in tech in the UK and in the Canadian job market. All right. So, Adeza, do you want to say something also?
All right, thank you very much, Ife. I think you've pretty much covered the essence of what we stand for at Analytics, and that's to bring as many Africans and people of the Black community into tech. And that's the goal, and that's what we would ensure that we achieve. And we'll be sharing some success stories across the session once we get to that part of our session. But the essence, the main part of our session today, the very first part, is to understand the different career path, the different opportunities available within the tech ecosystem. A lot of people always, ask the question around, are there opportunities for me? Will I get discriminated against? Are there really vacancies within the tech ecosystem as a business analyst, as a data scientist, as a data analyst, and so on and so forth? And that's the reason we have, amazing gentlemen currently on the call, from Nonye to Aziz and Kenechukwu, who share their experience and also guide us through the journey, how they started, and would learn valuable, lessons from how they were also able to make that switch eventually. So sit back, relax, enjoy the session, everybody. I'll come back to talk about other things which related to the programs we offer at Analytics and how you would like to get started, how you can also get started and tap into the essence of who we are at Analytics. Over to you, Ife.
Right, fantastic. Just to confirm, you can see me well, yeah?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. All right. Okay, no problem. All right. So the first thing on our list today is introductions. All right. So just a brief introductions about ourselves. Okay. So if this is the first time joining us, obviously you need to know the people that are speaking to you. So like I said, my name is Ifemena April, co-founder of Analytics, and professional experience. I have close to a decade experience working as a data analyst, data scientist, data engineer across the data ecosystem. I work as a Power Platform developer. So my experience has spanned quite a number of different roles within the tech ecosystem in the past 10 years. So currently, I work more within the contractor. I work as a contractor essentially within the UK job market. All right, and also partly work as a contractor in Ireland for some companies back in Ireland. So yeah, that's a little bit about myself, and those are the things that I do. So I would call Adeza, then I would also move to the guest speakers. Then we'll kickstart from there.
All right, so just a brief introduction about myself. My name is Adeza Suleiman, the founder of Analytics, and close to a decade experience as well, data analytics experts, and I've worked across 5 different sectors across my journey into the tech ecosystem. I've helped organizations, the biggest of the best organizations, with a combined value of about $5 billion to help them understand how to make sense of the data that they have and take data-driven decisions. I've been doing this, like I said, for close to a decade. And with Analytics, we've helped over 50,000 people trained within the space of 3 years, getting them started in the tech ecosystem. And you'd also see and learn on how you can also begin your journey as well in today's session.
Fantastic, fantabulous. All right, I'm going to call Nonia next. Nonia, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
It's afternoon here in Milton,
Oh,
Ontario.
fantastic.
And I hope you're enjoying the weather the way I am, because it's a bright day, bright Sunday afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Nwokolo, Noyalum as well. Emmanuel Noyalum Nwokolo, so it depends on the one you choose to call me. I've been a business analyst for quite some time. I have over 13 years experience, working in various sectors, banking and healthcare. And my job is to enable change within organizations, through solutions that meet business needs. And I'll say basically I'm passionate about things like this, about providing insights on how people can transition into the tech industry. Canada here, we have a very huge and flourishing tech sector here, lots of opportunities. And I believe that if I can transition, I actually started out as a relationship manager in a commercial bank, where I was an account officer. Let me use that word so you get it correctly. My job in the bank was to open bank accounts, manage bank accounts, create loans within the retail and business banking division. And I transitioned to tech about seven years ago, and my story is inspiring. When I was invited to come on this show, on this program, I was excited because I believe that my story can inspire someone, that is planning to transition to tech. And I'll tell you that ever since I moved to tech, I have never looked back. Thank you very much for having me. And I don't know if...
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll get to the story. That story is very important. That story that you want to tell is very important. All right.
Yeah.
Because everybody that's transitioned into tech really has a story, all right, attached to it. Because really, tech is not, it wasn't taught in school. So everybody, one way or the other, either pivoted or transitioned into it. All right. So we'll come back to it. But one thing I would say is the guys in the UK, all right, will probably not be happy with you having sunlight at the moment, because it's been raining like I can see Aziz already. It's been raining like the past couple of days. So yeah, but anyways, it's good to have you here. Nonia, business analyst, experienced business analyst based in the UK, based in Canada. All right. So let me move on to Aziz. Then I'll move on to Kinechiku. Yes.
All right. Good day, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Perfectly, yes.
Sounds good. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Aziz, and I like to call myself a data generalist. I've got over a decade of experience doing all things data. All my life, I've just been in the consulting world with a company called Blue Chip Technologies Limited. I don't know if anyone is familiar with that company. It's one of the IT consulting firm back in Nigeria. And then at the moment, I am fully based in the United Kingdom as an exceptional talent in digital technologies. And again, I'm sure we'll get into stories to tell you some of the things I've been able to do. I started off as an intern. I moved across to do a bit of data engineering, did a bit of data science, machine learning. I led the product team. I led the data analytics team. I've just moved across doing Power Platform, doing data architecture. So right now, my focus is just basically on data strategy, helping organizations make data-driven decisions, and then to be in the best shape as they wish to. All right.
Boss. You see, one thing I'm actually excited. I'm excited. Quality of people that we bring on board, quality is very, very important. And you know, that's just that brief run through is absolutely remarkable, I'd say. All right.
Thank you.
So a lot of people will see that, yeah, and they'll think that, oh, this guy is good, he has experience, but it could be them also. That's the reason why we're having this kind of session, to tell them that, you know, to tell them basically how you started and all that. But anyways, we'll get back to that. Well, wonderful, wonderful experience. Thanks a lot for sharing that with us. All right. So I
Thank
would
you.
be all right, fantastic. So I'll be moving to Kenechukwu. Kenechukwu, we can see you, but we can't see you. If you understand what I mean. But anyways, if there's a good light that could just, you know, brighten up your face so people can actually see the experts in the house. You know. But you can go ahead to introduce yourself and we can work on that later.
Yes, definitely. I'm trying to switch my device, okay, because I don't know what's wrong with my camera suddenly. So, but before I present, I'll probably find a way. So my name is Kenechukwu Adumike. I'm from Nigeria. I live here in Manchester, United Kingdom. I actually came in here as a student. So when I was invited to this program, I felt like, well, why not? It's a good platform for me to, is my video freezing? Because I can't
Yes,
see.
it's frozen, but it's back to normal now.
Okay. So when I was invited, I felt like, okay, probably I'm not that kind of straightforward into tech, coming here as a tech, like getting a job from Nigeria and coming and all those. So I feel like my experience is also interesting, something like that I would like to share. Okay, so I'm a graduate of physics actually, but then I transitioned into tech because I did AI and data science here in the UK. And then, but right now I work as a data scientist in an audit company. That's also surprising because my mom always asks me, why are you into tech and you are an auditor? I don't understand. So, but that's part of the things I'll discuss. So I'm a data analyst. I work in an audit firm. I work in BDO actually. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think, you know, the people we have in the house today, they are going to answer all the questions. You guys will answer all the myths and all the misconceptions and that's the reason, you know, I love the experiences and the way you guys have, you know, introduce yourself. All right. So the next thing we'll need to know, because you know, one major questions we get from people is educational background. All right. So a lot of them, you know, feel like they need so much, all right, so much education in order for them to transition into tech. Either it's a complete master's in data or PhD or something. So, you know, looking at your educational background, I want you to just, you know, give a quick run through on educational background. So I'll start with Kenechukwu because we just concluded and I'll move on.
Yeah, actually, thank you so much. I had my first degree in physics. Okay, so I studied industrial physics back in Futo in Nigeria, and then after that, I felt like immediately after my study, I should just go for a master. So I felt like going into geophysics because I so much desired the oil and gas sector. But of course, when I finished my geophysics, I thought like the best thing for me then, because having gotten into school, I desired to be a lecturer. Okay, so I tried to get a lecturing job. During the process, I instead got into um, government job as a civil servant rather. So I worked with Ministry of Science and Tech for about a year and a half. So when I got the offer, it was a government job. I was excited because it's science and tech, you know. I applied for it. I'm like, science and tech, it should be exciting, you know. So when I went into science, Ministry of Science and Tech, it's very funny. I was disappointed. I'm sorry to say that because when I got into the office, what I saw wasn't what I expected. Yeah, it's science and tech, but we weren't doing anything tech, you know. So I was just getting my salary and typing reports and what have you, you know. So I got bored. So a lot of times I felt like, what else could I have done? Move into business, go back to school, and the rest of them. Then a day came, I decided that the best thing for me is since I'm in science and tech, why don't I just go and learn tech so I can define myself as someone that really understands tech? And that's how I quit my job and I left. So I traveled to Lagos and then enrolled into a tech school, and that's how I started learning tech. And from there, when I finished, I started working as a network engineer. And God so kind, I wrote for this, there's this, because I trained with Huawei, okay? That's a Chinese company. So I was so lucky, I was selected as one of the, few, let's say, gifted once. And then I was sent to China for some training. So by the time I came back, I started working as a network engineer. So I worked as a network engineer for some time. And then I decided that, because then I started learning about data. If you go to China, that's one thing you hear about all the time, data. So it sounded exciting. I wanted to understand more about data. So I started applying to schools in the UK, and also coupled with the fact that I also need more money, you understand? So I had to go to the UK, and then I choose data science and artificial intelligence. So I graduated with another master's here in the UK. And then during the course of my study, I had to deal with some machine learning, Python, SQL, and the rest of them. It was an exciting journey. And by the time I was done, and a good thing anyway, which is like a clue for people coming into that pathway. When I came to the UK, I didn't wait till I graduated before I started looking for a job. I got a job like, say, 3 months after I came in. I started early. So I got the job, but then I had to finish school before I could start like the full-time part of the job. So by the time I was done, I got into BDO, where I work now as a data analyst now, not a data scientist, even though my MSc was data science. So
Data science.
so yeah, so now I work as a data analyst.
No, it's perfect, absolutely perfect. So from physics all the way to data analytics, which is
Yes.
absolutely fantastic. All right, so let me take Nonia next. Nonia, do you want to just tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Okay, thank you very much. My story is where do I have to start from? I have a bachelor's degree in real estate management. But I never practiced. Like, I lost interest when I came out of school. Then I did my national youth service at Stanbic IBTC. So that was how I joined the banking industry. Then from Stanbic IBTC, I moved to Diamond Bank, where
Playing from FMENA's S12.
hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, go on, please. Go on.
So I moved to Diamond Bank, where I spent about let's say 7 years or so. Then while I was at Diamond Bank, I worked with the product team on retail products, development, and I worked as a subject matter expert. So that was where the love for tech started. Because I do not have any tech background prior to that time, so I knew like it was going to be tough for me because, transitioning to tech. Then what I did was to begin to look out for certifications that I can enroll in. I mean, I can obtain at that point in time to help me transition. I did the PMP certification, and that was what set the stage for me. And after the PMP, then I also discovered that in tech, you need to continue to keep yourself up to date. You need to do lots of studies, and then when I moved from Diamond Bank to Keystone Bank, that was where I actually transitioned to business analysis. I spent 2 years at Keystone Bank, worked on a couple of projects there. Then when I moved to Canada, it wasn't easy for me, it wasn't easy. Then what I did was to continue to develop myself, to acquire skills that are relevant to business analysis. I got my CBAP. I also got my professional Scrum Master certification. So those were actually the things that, the certifications that helped me to shape my career. Because coming from an entirely different background into tech and looking at the nature, the kind of the tech industry, how diverse it is. So that actually helped me to identify the area that I'll be able to function, I'll be able to, to build a flourishing career in. And business analysis, being that I already have banking background, working as a relationship manager, it became easy for me to transition to tech. Today, my story is inspiring because from nowhere, coming from an entirely different background, today I can tell you that it has been rewarding for me. Like as we speak, I'm in a sector here that everybody wants to come into because of lots of opportunities that we have here. And I've continued to develop myself, to acquire necessary skills. I also have background in business analytics, data analytics, and all that. So for me, my background coming from real estate management to being an account officer in a bank, in a commercial bank, and transitioning to tech, what made it easy for me was my determination to continue to learn, continue to improve on myself, to learn skills, transferable skills, that will help me function effectively within the tech sector. So it's a very vast field, and I'm happy I'm here today to share some of my success stories. You never can tell who that might inspire, and I'll tell you the people that that are interested in transitioning, that it's not a rocket science. It's something that has to do with determination and how far you can go. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's absolutely fantastic. Thanks a lot for sharing that. And one thing I know is, the majority of the people I know in Canada are honestly into business analysis. Like majority of them either want to become business analysts or are currently working as business analysts. The growing demand for business analysts is still increasing, exponentially. So thanks a lot for sharing that experience, and also, alluding to the fact that, there are still opportunities for business analysts. So I'm going to bring in Aziz, just to talk about his educational background. Yeah.
All right. Again, thank you for having me. My story is a bit different, and it's different because I studied computer science, computer with information science, and it's different because everything that I've learned today, everything has made me become who I am today, was learned during the journey of the data. I mean, since I started learning, focusing on data. Of course, I studied back in Nigeria, and then you know how things were. Even till today, I still learned that they are still teaching the Fortran, the COBOL, and all of those old programming languages. So those were the things we passed through. And to be honest, I was just reading to pass. I was a good student, and in fact, to the level of I was a class governor. So for me to say, going through that level and to be able to do all of those interesting things, and it didn't. Maybe when I want to write a single line of code in the black box like Linux and all, yes, I remember what some of the lecturers talk about, but it's not up to 5% of the things I'm doing on a day-to-day basis, which goes back into, can I do this? I mean, if that question, if you are in that dark moment to say, is this for me? I can tell you for sure that all of the things, even after I studied computer in the uni days, I was not able to do all of those. I wasn't able to use those knowledge, except for the, of course, basic non-tech studies like, leadership, communication, all of these things that we're doing right now, the ability to be able to presentation skills and all. I'll give that to them, which I got better in when I started doing the data role. And then it is interesting again, because I would just want to keep it at the question you've asked, being my educational background. It's interesting because the only thing I do have right now in terms of qualification for my educational background is BSc. And I'll tell you why. I look back, immediately I left uni, I look back to say, okay, even till date, and I think that's the case, the number of professors that we do have in information technology are countable. And you cannot compare that to other courses like the STEM courses that we do have, like the physics, that all of these things. And there's a reason that is that way. The courses that they teach right now, before you close your eyes and wake up, maybe you would have a DASA programming language. these people that have learned all of this programming language before they got to this level, there's no way they will start to pick up. Our professors cannot start to pick up a DESA programming language and start to teach the students, which goes into the field that we do have in technology. It evolves near real time before you close your eye and wake up. So the ability to pick up new things will get you into the next level. So I'm like, if that is the case, people get in, even the lecturers, once they get into MSc, what's the directorate, they'll be like, oh, I need to get into the world to start to make the money. And then they just do certifications. So I'm not saying you shouldn't go do MSc. I'm not saying you shouldn't go do this, but in this field, nobody would say because somebody is a doctor and you are going for the same role, you have the same capacity to do the same, they will not give you the job. That's the way it is. And then I was able to do so many things. Every year, I do certifications, on a personal grounds, even for the companies I work with. And that's it. Education, that's been my story. BSc, certifications day in, day out. And then I've been able to get into the next level.
Fantastic. I think it's very important that we have to expose that educational background. Thanks a lot. Aziz, I was just looking at your profile here, and yeah, we actually went to the same university, but that's another conversation entirely. But that's good. Okay, now I'm still going to bring back Aziz, okay? And the key question is, now you've garnered, over a decade experience, okay? Do you think it's important to have, is education important in starting a role in tech? What do you think about education and starting a role in tech?
All right. Thank you for that question. Again, if I'm being asked to go through my journey again, there's absolutely nothing that I would change. As much as I'm saying the whole studying computer information science, not being able to help me in data science, I can tell you so many things I've learned on the way. For example, how did I get into data? While I was in the uni, even from not uni, I think it was even secondary school, I had a lesson teacher that was not even studying computer. He was studying, I think he studied, I think, biochemistry or something. But he picked interest in me. I was a good math student. So, and lesson teacher that is about 2 years, 3 years ahead of you in the industry. So not that it was far apart. So he was always saying this, and that. So I had that person that was telling me this was what you're supposed to do. So beyond all of those things that I was saying about, I did not enjoy, I'm not using my uni knowledge in this. There's no way you would have missed out the connections you make in school. There's no way you would have missed out the non-technical skills that the things that will get you in there are beyond, I know how to write a single line of code. You need the soft skills. Some of these soft skills, you can learn them. And then the soft skills does not necessarily mean, when we say education, it does not necessarily mean, especially now that we've seen how things are being done here in foreign lands, you just need that basic education before you jump into it, because you're going to communicate with people. You need management, you need emotional intelligence,
Is there, okay, sorry for you to Jackson, but is there, like, a lot of people feel like they need computer science degree to get started in tech. Now, is it important from your experience now? All right, would you say that a computer science degree is what would be like a gateway to people starting in tech? Is that like a baseline? I don't know.
Yeah. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely no. I can tell you for free that because I have people that I do mentor, I can tell you 95% of the people that I do mentor that are doing well in tech right now, particularly in data space, did not study anything computer. That I can tell you for free. It is not, you don't, like I've just said, even myself, I did not study, I studied computer, but it's not helping me in data. I'm just saying that if you have to go through school to learn just to get that, soft skills, get to meet people, the basic knowledge, that's it. Whatever you studied in school, whatever status you are, even if you are still a student, you can start with tech, because the earlier the better. Time waits for no one, like I said. Adesa can go ahead and go into his black box and build out a programming language called Adesa Suleiman Python language or something.
All right, fantastic. I love that. Absolutely fantastic. Kanechukwu, you want to go next? Yes.
Yes. I wanted to add something because I have an experience where I learned tech. Like I told you, I was working in Ministry of Science and Tech. Then I decided to go and learn tech. It's like it was a company that decided to set up a technical school. So when the technical school was set up, Clandestine Technical School, I was part of it. But the main idea wasn't really to teach people in high tech. It was to teach people basics of technology, okay? And the target audience was secondary school leavers, okay? So we had people, I was a graduate, quite all right, but most of the people were like secondary school leavers, you know? And then when you come there, you find out there are guys that didn't even go to the university, they don't have degree, they didn't even attend the polytechnic, but they are there learning tech. And that I can tell you that quite a good number of them now works in the tech industry, because from there, the company made sure that the security men, the cleaners, the receptionists, they were all part of the training school. And at the end of the day, most of them were employed by the company. Some of them were outsourced to different companies. And right now, most of them work in tech, no longer as a security man or as a receptionist. So it's something that is quite flexible, that once you get your skill, in fact, I have this, I don't know if it's good or sad news, but there's one of us that when he finished, he started working, okay, and then somehow he made soft money. I don't know how he made the money, but it wasn't looking good to me. But the funny thing is that he resigned his job, went to enjoy his money, and when the money finished, he was stranded. But because he already understood tech, this guy got another job in few months and was still doing okay. So it demands your skill, your time and courage, not necessarily what you study in school. Some of these guys don't even have a degree and they are doing well. That's just what I wanted to add.
Fantastic. Naya, do you want to add 2 cents? Do you want to add your 2 cents?
Yeah, sure, because this part of it is very key. Soft skills will take you far. I heard when Aziz talked about academic background, that he has only BSc, right? But in all honesty, in tech, certifications are more valuable in tech than even the traditional university degrees. Why? Because with certifications, you get to learn because tech is the tech space is fast-paced, if you get that what I said correctly, because things continue to change. So you need to be, aligning with the trends, right? So you need to get certified. You always need to be, getting certifications to stay relevant within the industry. So now, coming to my own story, like I said, I have a bachelor's degree in real estate management. So, but what worked for me was the certification that I have. When I got to Canada, it was tough to get a job. There were jobs, actually, to even get an interview invite was tough. But what actually helped me to break in was the certifications that I have. Because they invite me, yeah, they know I don't have Canadian experience at that point in time, because here they value Canadian experience more than anything. Because in Canada here, they value things like, they value soft skills. Even you might have all the technical experience, all the knowledge, but there are the soft skills. If you don't have soft skills, you find it difficult, even during interviews. Well, back in Nigeria, when we go for interviews, it was like facing an interrogation panel. You see mean-looking faces, asking you questions, and stuff like that. But here, interviews, you must smile, you must show some, you must be able to demonstrate to them that you'll be a good fit in the system, right? So now, it was tough for me. Why? Because I didn't have Canadian experience, but the certifications got me those interviews, and with time, I was able to, to learn the interview skills here, how they prefer their interviews here. And I got my first job, right? As we speak, like I said, I do not have any background in tech prior to my transition into tech. But as we speak, I have 2 offer letters. One from Manulife. Manulife is one of the biggest insurance companies in the world. The other one is from City of Toronto. And I also have my job. I currently work at National Bank. But what I'm trying to say is that what has brought me this far is not my first degree or my master's degree or any other degree that I got from Nigeria or anywhere. What has brought me this far is my quest for knowledge, like I got my PMP, but I'm not saying without those certifications that you can't break into tech. But I'm saying that for us that do not have maybe computer science background or anything that has to do with technology, programming or any other thing about within the technology space, the certifications will help you. What it does for you, it helps to give you to help you understand the framework, what is the whole tech is all about, right? And tech is it's very vast. So you when I was switching, one of the things I did was to conduct like a SWOT analysis, be able to look at my strengths and weaknesses, areas that I could perform well in. I knew that I may not be good in programming because I don't have any technical, even my previous roles in the bank, didn't involve anything about programming and all that. So I knew that having worked as a relationship manager, that the easiest way for me to transition was to go the business analysis route. Why? Because it has to do with, managing stakeholders, eliciting requirements, conducting an analysis, and helping, proposing solutions that meets business needs. And this you can do by understanding those business needs, what those business needs are. So the skills that I feel that are very, very crucial are the soft skills. If you have those soft skills and you're able to make the sacrifices, you're able to burn the midnight candles, right? And obtain, at least even if it's one certification that you have, right? So at least that will give you some kind of idea of what this whole tech thing is all about. You must also have computer science. I will say it again. You must also have computer science background. You must also have even the BSc, even if you don't have a BSc. But if you have the zeal and you are determined to transition, all you need to do is you just have to start learning. You just have to decide on, okay, this is the area that I believe I'll be able to function effectively in, and you start building towards that direction. So that's it for me.
Fantastic. All the things you're writing, all the things you've been saying, everything that's Nonye, Aziz, as Kenechukwu has spoken about, things that we are the narrative that we're trying to change. Because a lot of people want to get started, but they are scared, all right, because of these major misconceptions about having educational background in tech, computer science, or some other technical background itself. All right. So thanks a lot for all those, very, very good explanation. Now, I think the next thing I would like to talk about is, a day in the life. What do you do every day? Now, especially for business analysts, we have two critical roles, and some of you have shuffled as data scientists, which is also very good. Okay. So what I want, because a lot of people really ask, the business analyst, I know this gathering requirement. Every day you get to the office, you just be gathering requirement. What is even this requirement that people are gathering? As a data analyst, are you going to be creating dashboard every day? Is it every day you create dashboard? Is that how you'll be creating dashboard every day? As a data scientist, will you always be creating predictive models and all that? So I want to get a day in the life of, let me start with the business analyst, because you're just really speaking. So what's a day in the life of a business analyst in Canada?
A day in the life of a business analyst is dynamic. It will depend on a lot of factors, depending on the nature of the project, depending on the stage of the project. It also depends on the approach that you're using to implement. Like if it's a waterfall project, it's different from maybe working within the agile framework, right? So for me, a day in my life as a business analyst, first of all, I facilitate a lot of meetings, right? If I'm not facilitating requirement workshops, depending on the stage, like I said earlier, I might be facilitating maybe like design sessions, or different kind of meetings. Then also in documenting listed requirements, conducting analysis, analyzing those requirements, because when you elicit those requirements, you really need to be able to analyze those requirements to be able to get to understand what the business needs are. So that equally is one of the things that I do. That and also in supporting the entire process, right? So for me, if I'm not facilitating meetings,
sorry for interjecting. Okay, do you know what we'll do? Because we have a lot of people that might not even know who is a business analyst. So
okay,
you want to just start with who is a business analyst and the things that you, sorry.
A business analyst is is a professional within, like I'm a business analyst within the tech ecosystem. So a business analyst is an IT professional who helps in uncovering business needs through, using different techniques, right, to elicit requirements. And what are requirements? Requirements are those, the requirements are more like, requirement helps you to understand those needs, right? I want to know, okay, what are the challenges that you're facing in your business, right? So with those, if you then getting those information, which is the requirement, it helps you to be able to say, okay, these are what those challenges are, right? So it's about eliciting requirements and using those requirements to create solutions that will help meet the business needs. Let me not use, I don't want to go use some business analysis, Jack, so that I want to simplify it. Requirements, requirements is information in layman term, right? You're collecting information from the business. In IT, IT is about systems, right? Businesses run on systems. So there might be challenges in the business, or you might want to take advantage of opportunities within that particular space. So you begin to look at, okay, what information do I need to be able to develop a solution that can meet those needs? So a business analyst, what a business analyst does is it helps in collecting those information and analyzing the information and translating those information in such a way that the developers will understand what those what those requirements are, right? And that is now how the system will be built, right? That is how that if it is software development, or maybe you are doing an enhancement to a system, or you are moving from an existing system to a new system. So what the business analyst does is more like a bridge, like a liaison between the business and the technology side, the technical team. So you help in gathering those requirements, helping in analyzing requirements, documenting those requirements, conducting process analysis, right? To be able to uncover gaps, pain points within existing processes, and helping to create solutions that will help in improving the process for optimal business performance, right? So the business analyst is more or less a change enabler within the organization, because you help in uncovering business needs. Even when the business gives you those information, they may not be able to give you the full information. So you as the business analyst, you now use your expertise to be able to analyze those information and begin to look at, okay, these are the reasons why this business is not performing optimally, right? Okay, how do we move from here, from point A to point B, from the current state to the future state? So you help define the solution, and also you help in creating like data models, right? Documenting workflows to help in mapping out how the users are going to, utilize that system, identify use cases and all those. And also in business analysis, you can choose to be on the business side or on the technical side. On the business side is that you confer with the business to elicit those requirements, right? On the technical side is that you work mostly with the development team. You help in translating those requirements into technical and functional specifications, which development team will understand to be able to build the system. And it goes on and on and on. So if I start talking about what business analysis is, I may not be able to end today because it's quite broad.
Honestly, I think absolutely fantastic. I think one career path, business analysis has so many terminologies for everything that they do. Meeting, requirements, brainstorming. All right, but anyways, it's good. I love the way you brought it, talking about, business analysts being a change enabler. All right. So certain processes within the organization that needs to be changed, that needs to be improved. There's a business analyst that basically drives these improvements within the organization. And I love the other part where you said that the business analyst could be in the business side and also could be in the technical side. So these are things that people really don't understand. And thanks a lot for bringing to bear, from your experience and everything. So I'm going to go to Aziz. I'm going to move to Aziz. So a data analyst, which one do you want to play? Data, I know you have both experience. So which one do you want to take?
I see that my colleague Kenenchuku is more on the data science side, so I'll leave that to
Okay.
him. So
All right. So now for data analysts, a key question they ask here, a lot of people, going through to analytics is, are you always building dashboard? So if you want to, miss a day in the life of data analyst, what you do on a day to day, how is it like? Let's take it from there.
all right, sounds good. And I know there was a question about what is that actually data analysis and all. So maybe I start with that,
Yes,
then
fantastic. Yes.
and then I can link what Noya said before now, so that it becomes clear. Again, I would come from a totally different angle, and I'm not going to give you a textbook definition of the core today. I'm just going to give you use case, and this you can check it out online. There was a time about, I think 7, 8, almost a decade ago. There's a retail outfit in the United States that was looking to just do some analysis on what is happening within their sales. I mean, what are they doing? How can they do better? They want to just know their customers better. And the goal was just to satisfy customer and then see what they can do to sort of just increase their margin. But that's, for every business out there, is either you're looking to make money or cut expenses. And the good thing is, even if you're cutting expenses, it's going to eat your bottom line and then you're making money. So that's what they're looking to do. And then some set of people did an analysis. Again, I'm going somewhere, so I'm just going to play a story. It's a use case, and then I'll tell you the parts data analysis comes in, and then the branches of data analytics and what analysis happens within the analytics. And then they did this analysis, and then they found an interesting thing. What was the story? They found out that there were 2 products that were being bought together. If I tell you the products, you probably not imagine it unless you've heard the gist before. 2 products, alcoholic drink, specifically beers, and diapers are being bought together the most. It's just like saying for people in Nigeria going to ShopRite, and then if they ask you what are the 2 products that people, when they go in, they buy 2 products together, like a market basket analysis. And then you end up to see the diapers and beer. That was not even the interesting thing. The most shocking thing was that the diapers were being sold on the 1st floor, and the beer is as far as 4th floor. The alcoholic drink, you need to go on the floor. Either you use the stairs or you go through. At least you need to just walk a bit to be able to get it. What was the story about that? They did something, and then they found out they were being bought together. And then at the end of the day, there was something like a prescription to say, if you can bring these 2 products together, even people like me who would say it's too far, can get it on my way on another store. Once I see that you can place it kiosk by kiosk or side by side, it's easy to buy. People like me who do not like the stress can just go in and pick it. And then they did that. After 30 years of being in business, they recorded the highest sales that year by bringing those 2 together. What happened during that space? And how can I define the work of data analysis in there? There were different steps of analysis that happened in there. Data analysis is the process of bringing together raw data, which is what happened, trying to make sense out of it, uncover pattern to say this is what data is saying. For example, if you're doing a business and you're saying, because Aziz, I can go back to this session that we are doing. If we continue to do this session every day at 8 p.m., and then they ask you that maybe on the 5th or 6th day, they ask you, when will Aziz join the call? You probably take a wild guess, because you probably not guess, rather, because you've seen me come 5 times, you would say, yes, Aziz will come in at 8 p.m. rather. But because you're seeing me for the first time, you would say maybe because I just want to share this or anything, you would just guess. That's what happens in the data world. There is collection of data, which is when something happens, wherever we go in every system that we do have, there's something underneath that it stores. It's just like a warehouse. It's called a database, which is an organized collection of data. It stores it somewhere, and then every time the Aziz, the customers, everybody within that's doing that business comes in, it stores that data in that database. So that's where the set of people who we call the data analysts within the organization has gone in to bring the analysis to say, from what we are seeing, people buy bears and diapers together. So the people who do those kind of analysis are what we call the data analysis. But again, you would see there were different steps of, okay, if you bring them together, you increase sales. And those are another arms of what we call analytics, which is we've got the descriptive, who does more about the data analytics. So we've got the predictive, which are saying, if you bring these two together, we are predicting that our sales will increase by X%. And then we are prescribing that you should bring them together. Those decisions, you can easily use your common sense to do it. But if doing it with data gives you more accuracy, yeah, that's why you would see, I think when Adeza was introducing himself and talking about the things he had done in the past, there was something about making data-driven decisions. And that's where organizations are doing, that's the level we are right now. And then the people who do those kind of analysis are called data analysts. Again, just to make sense out of what Noe had said, before we started to do anything, thinking about the program of how do we know our customers, there's the likes of Noe that would document all of these things together to say, okay, because we have data in database, this data means this is the problem that we're looking to do. Long and short story, what are your pain points? Noye would discuss with the business people who are looking to solve this problem, document the pain points. What do these, how can we convert these pain points into pleasure? So they will now say, these are the things that they've said. We need to check A, B, C, and C to ensure that this project is done. And then they bring it down. For the technical business analysts, they cannot go further. The documents that they will come up with, the likes of Noye, is what we call the BRD, business requirement document. So the technical business analyst can now convert this BRD to what we call the TSD, technical specification document. Most people who play in that role understand the languages of we, the data analyst. So they can easily tell you, you can write this code, you can just put this data here, you can get it in there so that it's easy for you to communicate. So that's it. And that's what the likes of what we mean by analysis, analysts, and all. But what do we do on a day-to-day? What happens on a day? I will just be very quick about two case scenarios that is happening right now. I'm working on two projects. One of it is for a retail outfit too, the biggest in the world right now. And what we are doing right now is we are focusing on their arm of their physical stores. And then what we are looking to do, what happens on a daily basis is we've built, because you cannot continue to just building dashboard on a daily basis. You will do projects, and then when you do projects, you must have automated it. Sometimes we are doing what we call the BAU, which is in an operation space. It means business as usual. The database, the dashboards that you've built, sometimes it breaks. There's something we call EOD. It doesn't just mean EOD is just within the bank. It means end of day. When the business is a bit down, I mean, when customers are not really transacting, you automate your reports, and then sometimes the server goes down, it just doesn't run. So you just check what this guy is doing. And then after that, you just do business as usual to say, I want to build more reports. They just come into you to say, I want to build ad hoc report. How many people came into our branch yesterday and they did X, Y, and Z? That's what happens on a day-to-day for some daily. And the other bit, which I'm focused on the other project, is just they want to do some migration, and this company wants to build a strategy out of it to say, what is the best tool out there? And you let me compare this and just come up with a report. So that's like the strategy arm of it. So you just do basic things out of experience. So that's it.
Fantastic. I love the fact that you used a story to explain the role of a data analyst. I honestly speaking, I didn't want you to finish the story. I wanted you to continue the story so that but it was absolutely brilliant. Yeah. And another key thing I think you mentioned is the fact that ad hoc reports, sometimes the ad hoc reports is even more than building dashboard. Those reports are just coming quickly do this, quickly create a report to measure this and that. Those ad hoc reports actually plays a long role. So thanks a lot for sharing your experience and also talking about the key role of a data and business analyst and merging it with data analytics. Because a lot of people think they are the same thing. Thanks a lot for putting like a divide between those two key roles. All right. So yeah, And let me take over to Kenechukwu. So Kenechukwu, do you want to handle more of the data science aspect? All right. So what do you do on a day-to-day? Who is a data scientist, and what do you do on a day-to-day basis here?
Okay. First of all, I work as a data analyst, not as a data scientist, but I'm a data scientist by training. Okay. So, and I think it's quite interesting how you choose us. I don't know if you know how it progresses, because when you move from data analyst, you go to data science. It's like when you're talking about predictive. Now, data scientists do as much as the same thing as what Aziz has said. But the difference now is that data scientists train models using data. Let's say you build a model, you feed in a data, like he has said, you work with data, you feed in a data, and the model learns that data. So when the model learns it, rather not he, sorry. So when the model learns the data, you now remove the data, and then the model has to do something on its own. So when you hear about ChatGPT, you hear about robots, you hear about a lot of things. Some of these things work on their own. Okay. So we don't need to have a data for it to now go back to the database to say, oh, last year they bought sugar more. And looking at this data, it's possible that this year they might buy sugar more. No, it doesn't need to refer back to the database and see what's happening in the database, because you've already given it like let's say data for 10 years. Okay, so and it has been learning the sequence. This is how people progress. This is how the market progresses. This is how stocks progress. This is how these things do. So it learns it on its own. And then when you go forth to if you look at Google, for example, when you search something on Google, who is the president of Ghana, it doesn't necessarily need to go look for a database where they store, because some people will be imagining, how does Google know everything? There's no database that it goes to fetch it and say, oh, look at where somebody coded the president of Nigeria is Tinubu. Then it goes to pick it and give you. It doesn't do that. What it does, nobody coded it, but it will just go online to start looking for, is there any way I've seen something or anywhere that something like president of Nigeria exists? And then it will see it and then it will read it and then come and give you the information. So you don't necessarily need to code in your data. So it will learn with time. It keeps learning, and then when the training is done, we call it training. So when you are done training the machine, the machine learns, and then the machine comes to give out information on its own, irrespective of what's the data, whether the data is there or not. So that's now the difference, moving from data analysis to data science. So data scientists work with machine learning. So they build machines, make machines to learn and be able to predict, be able to decide, make decisions on its own. That's why some people are afraid that at some point machines will learn how to push the human beings out, come back to attack human beings. So that's the difference when you go forward. And if you look at it, you find out that people that actually work as data scientists actually earn more, if you look at it that way, because they do more work, kind of. Sorry, but that's the truth. I don't work as a data scientist anyway, but in the future, I hope to. I'm taking it step by step. And then I say that I work as a data analyst, and I work in an audit company. So my job is pretty much simple. Some people look at it as something very hard. It's not very hard. Once you start working as a data analyst, you see that it's pretty much repetitive, okay? It's the same thing you do every day, you do analysis. So I'll just give you an example of what I do. Because I work in an audit company, what we do is at the end of the year, a company which we want to audit, we call it audited entity, gives us its data for the year. Say you produce shoes and you claim you sold 1 million shoes in a year and you made a $1 billion revenue. So our job is for you to give us your data. So when we look at your data, we'll be able to look at the orders placed within the year. How much orders we are placed? What is the order number? Because each order has order number. Okay, that's what you use to identify it, not necessarily the name of the person placing the order for privacy's sake. I'm sure you understand. So you look at the order numbers look at the costs. So somebody places an order number with another number of 1, and he's requesting for a shoe that costs $50. And then when we see that, we leave the having looked at the order number, at the sales order, right? You go to the delivery or the dispatch. So you get a list, the data in the dispatch, trace the order number to the dispatch to make sure, oh, somebody ordered this. This company actually dispatched this to the person for them to claim they have sold this. That means somebody must have ordered, somebody must have, the company must have dispatched. And then you now look at the third document called the invoice. Did they write invoice for this particular order? Meaning, did they raise invoice? Did they collect money? So when you do a three-way matching, we call it three-way matching. When that particular line of item matches the three, there was an order, there was a dispatch, and it was invoiced. You see, that's when you now go to the ledger to look at how much was paid. So when these things match, then it means that it's actually fair. There's no hyping, no inflating of cost or whatever. So this is what I do on the daily basis. So I try to do three-way matching, two-way matching, visualization, and the rest of it. But I'm trying to explain it the way people that are not into tech, that are listening to me, will be able to understand it and appreciate the job. And then when you come into the work, when you start doing it, what I do pretty much every day is, because I've been doing this, it's quite easy for me. So I work with SQL, even though by training as a data scientist, I understand Python. I didn't initially, but it took me less than 1 year to start understanding Python. That's a secret I also have to share for someone to be encouraged, okay? So I work with SQL. SQL is pretty much high-level language. It's not hard coding. And why a data analyst job is good too for someone not in tech is because it's pretty much Power BI, SQL, Excel. You don't really need the hardcore coding of back-end development and the rest of them. So it's pretty much high-level language. So it's easy to understand, especially for people above 30 that don't want to stress themselves so much. But yeah, the pay is also very, very awesome, okay? So that's what I do on a daily basis. So it's pretty much repetitive. You know, once you master it, you keep doing it, except you get a new client that has a different scenario, but you still understand it. Once you understand it, you understand it. So that's it.
Fantastic. Absolutely, absolutely fantastic. And I really love the fact that you use your current work experience to explain your the role of a data analyst and also a data scientist, which is more focused towards predictive modeling, statistical modeling, and machine learning, and so on and so forth. All right. So yeah, there's 1 hour past, but anyways, we still have like 2 major questions that I would like you guys to answer. Then we could take it off from, we'll wrap it up from there. All right. So the next question I'm going to be asking is the major misconception about starting a career in tech. Okay, a major. I'll just take one from each person, just because of time. What is a major misconception? What do you feel like is holding people back from starting their career in tech? All right, major misconception. So let me start with Kenechukwu. You just ended, so let me just pick it up from there.
I would say age. Because I come from Nigeria, and I know that in Nigeria, before you realize something, you already are around 30. Before you realize your career path, you're already around 30. I can tell you myself for a fact, my colleagues at the office, I'm way, way older than them, you know, because I know how old I was when I come into this country. So it's age. So sometimes when you're confused, can I at this age, can I coding? Oh God, can I do this at this age? Okay, so that's the main misconception. But when I started my data science, I had zero Python experience, zero coding. I was a network engineer, quite all right, but I don't write codes. Okay, so it was like zero. So when I come to class, I see, you know how the intimidation can be when the teacher is teaching before he even says Jack. Some people already dropping results. So at some point, I had to abscond class just to go and read personal study. So it's age. Once you're determined to do it, You start taking the 1, 2, 3 steps and you see they start working. So what helps me was that I had to find out where to learn. Someone directed me to Kaggle, to GitHub, and the rest of them. And then I started discovering that some of the codes I wanted to write were there. So all I needed to know was how to understand how to correct it, how to tweak it, how to debug and the rest of them. And then it was quite easy for me when I now see other things, I now have to work on it. And the same thing with data analytics. Once you understand that you can learn it, there are different sites. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention them, but if you actually go to some of the different help websites and the rest of them, and they can. I know you also teach that, so you're probably in the best position to give out these details. So I think it doesn't matter what the age is, but that's the major issue, I think.
Absolutely. I think age, honestly speaking, thanks a lot for that. Age is a very huge misconception. A lot of people feel like they are too old to get started. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. I can see a comment here saying I'm 45. Honestly speaking, you can get started. All right. All you need is that, Nonya mentioned determination. All right. To say you want to get started. Determination is, I think, to a very large extent, is almost 90%, or if not 95% of what will make you successful in tech. That determination that you want to, get started. So thanks a lot, Kenneth, for that, bringing up that misconception about age, tech and age. I would say it's not, they don't move on the same parallel level. All right, Aziz, let me take you next. A major misconception about starting a career in tech.
Again, Clement, I can see this question is coming the second time, and my response to this question from Ifemina will probably give you an insight to your question. I'll try to make my own response a bit different. And I think what the major one that I'm seeing lately is that the tech space is getting saturated, which is everyone is trying to do tech. How are we sure that there will be job for us when we get in there? I can tell you today, as we speak right now, and then these are the things, anything I say here today can be verified. You can check it online. There are over 10,000 open roles in data as we speak today. Over 10,000. And we are in the IT age, and this is what it will continue to be, at least for the next 50 years. I can tell you for sure. There's nothing that we are doing right now, again, I'll be personal, about the data space. There's nothing that we are doing right now in this world that is not generating data. This platform we are using to speak, the Zoom platform, is registering the time, the people speaking at different time. The Zoom platform is storing some of this data. Of course, you will see some form of privacy in place. That's another even area of data that anyone focus on. So it is, the opportunity is just endless, and there's no late time or no good time to do. Some people will even start to join it today and they start to earn exactly the same thing like that. So for me, the biggest misconception I've heard so far is getting saturated. Are there opportunities? Should I leave the ones that I know to the one that I know that is giving me my small change and jump into something that I do not know? If you put your heart to it and you learn the main thing, yes, you do it. And then to answer some of the questions about salaries and all, an average intake of even people that are just coming in to learn data for a fresher in the UK is nothing less than £300 per day. Nothing less than £300 per day. Of course, I don't know what tax element is, and that I can tell you for sure. Again, for an annual basis, it depends on how you can place yourself. And there are tips on what you can do, and data is that thing that you can use to incorporate into your CV. And don't tell anyone I'm giving you the tips for free. The tips is that whatever role you've done before you switch into data, there's a way you can optimize your CV to infuse data into it. So for example, if you've been doing mechanical engineering before today. And then you learn data analysis for the next 3 months. At the point of optimizing your CV, there's a way you can make your last 2 years experience to focus on data engineering within your mechanical space. Oh, sorry, data analysis within your mechanical space. To say you guided this, and that, because data plays in all business areas. So what that helps you to do is they don't see you as a fresher. And then at the end of the day, when you want to get into that certain roles, you can command experience, salary, just like Aziz and everyone on the call, like Femena, these are experienced people. I didn't say that to you. But if you do not take anything out of this session, I think that's one thing you should take out.
Oh, honestly speaking, yeah. And somebody said that all the things you've been researching, by dishing it out, very good content. Absolutely. Thanks a lot for that, Aziz. That's a very, very huge misconception. The fact that they feel like, oh, everybody's learning data analytics, business analysis, data science, data engineering. When I get a job, is there going to be a job after all these people have gotten all the jobs, which is absolutely fantastic. All right, so thanks a lot for debunking that. Another one, we'll move over to Nanya. Nanya, do you want to make a misconception?
I almost jumped at what Kelechi was saying about age. It's a huge misconception, and I want to let you guys know that age has nothing to do with breaking into tech. It's just about your self-determination, how determined you are and how far you want to go. Then for me, one of the major misconceptions about coming into tech is a lot of people feel that you need lots of technical skills to be able to transition to tech, and that's not true. Like I said when I was at the beginning of this session, that when I wanted to transition, I did a SWOT analysis. I began to look at my my strength, my weaknesses, and all that, to be able to know exactly the area of, because tech is very broad. So that enabled me to know, okay, this is the area that I think I can, start from, right? And I started out as a BA. Today, I've acquired lots of technical skills, right? Today, I know SQL. I can write SQL queries. Today, even the Python, even R as well. Even though my job doesn't really, I don't really use them that much, but by the time I got in, I began to see that some of the technical aspect of tech are things that you can learn. It's just about you understanding why you need those skills, right? Mm-hmm. You can learn them. And also, I want to let you guys know that, coming into tech, for example, as a business analyst, I work with cross-functional teams, right? And when I talk about cross-functional teams, I mean, I'll have a developer on my team. I have a UI UX designer on my team who does the user interface. I have a data analyst on my team, right? I have quality assurance, people that do the testing and all those skill sets. And by the time you work on the project, you find out that you are collaborating with all these people, right? So some of those things that scares you, begin to look, you begin to make meaning out of those things. You begin to see that they're not really that difficult, right? But it depends on why you need to have those skills. So for me, the technical aspect of the whole tech ecosystem is not something that should scare anyone. It's a huge misconception, right? There are other ways you can come into tech. But first of all, you need to be able to identify, okay, what are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? Am I good at managing relationships? For example, as a business analyst, some of the key skills you should be able to manage relationships effectively. You should be able to communicate effectively. Do I have that skill? Do I have critical thinking skill? Can I be able to look at a business problem and be able to think critically, about how I can the possible solution that can help address that particular problem, right? And some other skills, which if you have work experience, you may be doing some of those things without even knowing. So what I want to say is that don't be scared about the technical aspect. Like when Aziz was talking about machine learning, was it Kenechko or Aziz was talking about machine learning, using some technical, jargons here and there. Somebody might be scared that, this one might be very difficult to, right? But it's not like that. It's absolutely not like that. There's a space for everyone in tech, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your background, whether you did computer science or not. It's just for you to say, okay, I want to go into this and I'm determined to succeed in it. Then you take it off from there, baby steps, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, you guys have done justice to the major misconceptions about starting a career in tech. Now, the key emphasis is starting. A lot of people don't understand that for you to get started, all these things you guys are talking about are absolutely sacrosanct. Do you understand? So age is not important in you getting started. All right. The feeling that, because everyone is, learning tech, there's not going to be demand for it anymore. That's another misconception people have. And the last but not the least is, here's your explanation on, the technicality, learning as many technical skills, thinking that they need to learn everything in order for them to get started in tech. Those are the major misconceptions people have about starting in tech. Now, not the last thing, but I'll just chip this in because we have a lot of people in Canada, in the UK, or people that are looking to relocate or looking for jobs. The key question I would like, just talk about is, are there jobs? Because a lot of people feel that there are no jobs. I have someone that, there are people that have gone that I know that would always argue and say that, to get a job in the UK is difficult. To get a job in Canada is difficult. Do you understand? So I want to ask that key question now. That baseline, you obviously saw Kanechiko went through his master's and he was able to land a job. Aziz, slightly different situation. Nonia also slightly different situation. So the key question I want to ask you guys now is this job available? If somebody learns this skill, will they get a job? That's the question I want to ask. So I'm going to start with Nonia, then I'll take you, down back the same way.
What I'll tell you is that coming to Canada is one of the best decisions I made as a human being, like moving to Canada. Yeah, at the initial stages, it might be challenging because you're coming into a new system. So you need to be able to adapt to the system, the culture, communication style, and other factors. But in this country, my brother, there are lots of jobs within the tech ecosystem. A lot, like on a daily basis, I receive a lot of job application, job opening emails, right? And like I said earlier, as I speak, I have 2 job offers, which I don't know how I'm going to go about. Like I've been praying and hoping that God will direct me on the one to go for. And to be honest with you, the tech sector in Canada, I think this is the best time to move into that sector if you want to come to Canada. If you can come to Canada as a PR holder, preferably, if it's possible for you to come in as a PR holder, I believe this is the best time for you to come because there are lots of job openings. They don't even have enough talents to fill in those openings, right? So there are jobs here, irrespective of the area of tech that you specialize in. There are lots of jobs in this country. That's one thing I can tell you for free, and I encourage anyone that wants to come in. Yeah, age might be a factor because of the PR, there are various pathways coming to Canada. Yeah, if you go online, you see all that. But if you're able to make it into Canada, irrespective of your age, because they don't look at age, it's not about who you know, it's about what you can offer. That's how it works here. Equal opportunity across board. So it's something I encourage people. If you have the resilience, and you feel it's something that you want to do, I think it's something that is worth trying out. That is my own take.
Fantastic. I love that. Absolutely. Somebody was asking, what's PR? PR is permanent resident, correct?
And in addition, sorry, before I go, someone talked about certification. I think I saw someone asked a question if CBAP is very an important certification to get a business analyst, get into business analyst role here in Canada. Yes, it is, but it doesn't mean that if you don't have CBAP, you can't come in, right? But it's just that when you have CBAP, just like I said, when I got here, it was a bit difficult to even get invites for interviews. But immediately I put CBAP on my resume and some other certifications that I got, they started calling me. They didn't look at where I worked previously, but they were looking at those certifications, right? Because they believe that if you have the certification, it means that you are like you're a complete BA, right? Like you understand business analysis. So if it's something that you can do, like if it's something that you feel you have, I mean, that you can, the certification you can obtain, go ahead and do it. It will help you. So that's where I submitted. Thank you.
All right, that's fantastic. Thanks a lot for that, Manya. Appreciate that big time. Let me move over to Aziz. So, are there jobs available if they learn data analytics today? All right, are there opportunities for them to land a job in the UK?
Okay. Before I answer the question, do you mind if I spend some time after answering this to respond to two of the questions I've seen in the chat?
Oh yes, yes.
All right.
That's
good.
fine. Yeah.
Yes. Are there jobs? You know, I've spoken about tips into getting the tricks and tips into getting jobs specifically here in the UK. And like I said before, there are tens of thousands of roles and jobs in the UK. But the problem is, and the reason why you see it out there that people are saying, you better don't come to the UK, there's no work, there's no job, is because even people who did not even go to learn anything, just pick up CVs of the likes of Kenenchuku, Aziz, or Nonye, or anyone, and then they just change it to their name and they've bombarded it. So they've given the recruiters so much headache to even filter out the right people who can do the job. And that's the problem we do have now. The jobs are there, but we have so many people who are just putting out a lot of applications, people who are not even strong enough, people who are not doing this. But there are tips that can set you apart, you know, beyond learning these things, you're writing good CVs, you know, certifications, you know, there are some tips that, for example, another very good one is at the point of applying for, you want to apply for 10 jobs per day, for example, you see 10 roles, because on a daily basis, for one job site on a daily basis, at least you will see between 50 and 60 new data analysis roles that go out on a daily basis, and this can be verified. An example is JobServe. If you go on JobServe every blessed day, you would see 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, 3 hours ago, jobs that are being uploaded. But before you come in the next 5 hours, you probably see 1,000 people applying for the same role. So they are giving the recruiters a whole lot of headache. But what are the tips that you need to do? Don't just submit your CV and go. You can copy. There are tools where you copy those things that they write in the job description, and then you can just go into ChatGPT or any tool to say what to do. What's the supporting document that they ask when you're submitting your CV? Forgetting right now that the supporting document. What? Cover letter. Thank you, Adeza.
Cover letter.
That at the point of applying, you just go in because you just want to submit. You just go, you click submit and you go. There's something that needs to because your CV is that thing that they will see. As much as I know this thing, anyone can get to the next level that knows it, that do not even know anything. But because they did not have the chance to speak to me, there's no way, and you feel like I'm not doing the right thing. You feel like the job is not real. It is real, but you're not doing what you're supposed to do to land yourself an interview. So which is during your cover letter, just take your time, spend some time, some 2-3 minutes on each job role. There's no way you will not get job in 2 weeks. That I can tell you. If you do some of those things religiously, you would definitely get jobs. Another interesting tip is on the job site, most of the job sites that we have out there, right? They do what we call LIFO, which is last in, first out. What that means is the people who register the recent are the people who their CVs become visible to the recruiter. For example, if I have 1 million people submitting, so what it means is if you have registered on the platform since and you left your CV for the last 6 months, there's no way they will not call you, because some recruiters will not even post job. They will just go into the job site. How many data analysts do we have? Before they even see your name, maybe the person that they want has already started the job. So the tip is try to delete your what do we call it, your account, your profiles, delete it on the job site, maybe every 6 weeks. Submit the same CV, the same name, the same everything, just go in there and do the same thing. You will see difference in 2 weeks. So those are the things that I can say. Because there are jobs, but because it's getting saturated and we are giving the recruiter so much work to do, you need to find a way to just hack it to get yourself in front of potential recruiter.
Fantastic. I love that. And, all these things we've spoken about are things that we do for our people. And that's why we have so much, success rate in getting people going through the training going through the training program and, ensuring that they're able to land something within ridiculously 4 months after the training program. So anyways, I'm going to move, Kenechukwu, same thing. I'm sure you're in the UK, so I'm very sure it's going to be very similar, correct?
Yeah, actually. In fact, I just learned something from Aziz. I don't know he's as well a HR guy. so, so thank you for that pointer about deleting your profile and building. I think it's a very smart one. So I want to first of all say that before I talk about jobs, there's a question I want to answer. Data analyst job is very interesting because I saw someone ask if you can work from home. I haven't been into my office in 2 months, but I'm happy I'll be going in on Monday because we have new guys joining this September. So I'm part of the guys that are planning the what do you call it?
Onboarding.
The onboarding, yeah. So I'll be there on Monday. So you can work from home sometimes, virtual and the rest of it is quite interesting. Then talking about getting a job in the UK, like I told you, I got in quite early, 3 months when I came into the UK. The difference is that if you're coming in with, you have to understand where your strength lies. Have you been in tech? Have you been coding? Let's say, it depends on the role you're going for. Or you're quite new, just like Aziz said. You have to tell yourself the truth. So where you are, your strength determines how you apply for jobs. So if you know you are transitioning or you're just starting, the best way is to look for internship jobs or entry. There's no, when we're studying, a lot of us were applying for senior managerial roles, there's money in tech, I want to hit 100K pounds per annum, And I tell my friend, it's not feasible. Not that it's not to discourage anyone, but we are kind of new guys. So let's know where we stand. And he hasn't got a job till now because he wants a 100K job. Mine is not 100K, but I got a job. Okay. And because I'm working, if I want to go, I've been here for some time now. If I want to move to another company, of course, it's double salary, of course. So you have to tell yourself the truth. What level are you? If you're a starter, go for internships. That's the best way to get jobs in the UK as a starter. Entry-level jobs, that's what you should be applying for. Then if you're already a tech guru, I may say, then you should probably have your portfolio. Of course, you should know that you should have your portfolio built on, okay? But for people that are not in the UK already, let's say you're in Nigeria, I want to get a job in the UK, it's also possible. But you have to give yourself a 2, 3, 4 years plan as a starter. You can't just start learning data analytics and in a year you want recruiters calling you. It doesn't work that way. You have to define a 4 years plan. And then within that length of time, you take it one after the other. Take time to build your portfolio. Your portfolio is what will attract somebody to you. I have a HR that just sent me a message yesterday. I should share my CV. I told him I'm not interested because I'm not yet ready to switch jobs. Okay, but when you build that portfolio, people will look at your LinkedIn profile and they want to talk to you. And when they want, something happened when I was in Nigeria. I had a very fantastic portfolio, but when they call me for interview, I run away because I'm not able to defend it. I just wanted to copy what my brother had on his LinkedIn page. So I copied it, edited my LinkedIn. It was so smart. So I was getting invites. And I'm like, no, I can't do this. I need to go back and start afresh. So you need to define what you want. If you're going for entry-level roles, then start as an intern, start as an entry role. There are a lot of jobs. Then if you have a good portfolio, that's when you can apply for mid-level or senior level. There's, even in my office, we have a lot of open positions. So there are quite a number of jobs. And also to advise, you also need to spend time learning. The problem I find is that when you want to learn free, you also need to spend money to learn. You cannot learn free. You can't. I have a lot of courses on Udemy, on LinkedIn, of course, and Coursera that are free. When I start them, at the end of the day, I get bored. But once I pay for these courses, I will complete because I paid for it. So if you want to learn, you need to pay. And once you pay, you can't let your money waste. You have to be determined, and then you follow it through till you complete it. That's how to learn. You can't learn it free. That's just the truth. Thank you.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. Now, a lot of people, so me for what I would say regarding, from my own experience, okay. So, everybody has different stories to tell regarding how they transition and how they're able to get into tech and all that. So from my own personal perspective, okay, there's actually no entry level in tech. I won't lie to you. So you won't say entry level data analyst or entry level business, and it's likely going to be for for graduate roles in a bank and all that, which is good to go. All right. So there's an app that we have internally that we have an app that we use. So even though you're a beginner, you're a starter, we can work with you to get started, and that's the things that will be sharing with you on how you can actually get started in tech, how you can gain that experience, how you can gain all those things that you're looking for in order for you to get started and start, not earn big, but start. That's the key thing. Start. All right. There's a popular thing now that people are doing, and that's what I've been doing for the past almost close to 4 years of my experience, which is called job hopping. Okay. Just enter first of all, and the next couple of months is keep jumping, moving from one job to the other, and that's how you increase your salary as quick and as fast as possible. Anyways, we'll talk about that. Those are the things that we share with our people. All right. So parting words now. I think to a very large extent, I've learned so much from from the world of experience with the people in the house today. So parting words would be, what would be your career advice to people? We have 3 categories. Okay. What would be your category? What would be your career advice to this set of people? People that are undecided, okay? Or I don't know if I should start. I don't know, is there space for me? Like Aziz mentioned, the saturation. Everybody's learning data analytics. Would there be space if I learn data analytics, data science, data engineering, and so on? All right. The second set of people are the new tech professionals, people that just started, people that just landed a job, or they're just doing something, they're just starting essentially. And the third set of people are career switchers. So we have people that have always been in banking all their life. All right. And they're looking to switch because they've seen that, oh, there is no progression in the banking sector. Oh, I've always been an healthcare worker. I want to move from healthcare to tech. What will be your last career advice to this set of people? So I'm going to start with Nonya, then, this I'll shuffle it a little bit. So I'll take it. Yeah, Nonya
Okay,
first.
the second group of people, could you repeat it? You didn't get
So
it
the
correct.
second, the people that just landed the job, people that are just starting their career, okay? That's a new tech
in the tech sector.
in the tech sector, yes.
Okay, my advice to them. Okay.
And the last set of people are the career switchers.
Career switchers. Okay.
Yeah.
I will start from the career switchers because I was actually I can relate to that. I switched from banking to tech, right? I was an account officer in a bank, and today I work in the technology sector. Presently I work at National Bank of Canada as a consultant, but I'm trying to move to other companies. So now, my advice is you have to decide on what you want first. Is this something I'm willing to make sacrifices for? Kenechukwu said something, that you spend money. Yes, that's a very key factor. Why? Because if you invest in something, you want to make the best out of it. That is the truth. You will be willing to invest to be able to learn. Now, secondly, it's not going to be easy because some people feel some people's main driver to come into the tech sector is the salary that they hear that people earn. If that is what is motivating you, it is fine. But you need to build to get to that stage. And experience, you can't substitute experience with anything in this sector. Experience is very key. Because if you don't have the experience, how are you going to talk about how are you going to sell yourself? How are you going to say, if you don't have the experience, what are you going to, okay, when you go for interviews, what will you be telling them? So experience is key, and it's good to start baby steps. You start, if you're able to maybe get an opportunity for internship, that is fine. Because at least you need a project experience to be able to understand, like for the one I do, you need a project experience to be able to understand how softwares are built. To understand the SDLC, what goes on in the course of developing a software, or other types of projects within the tech ecosystem. So those are fundamental things that you need to have an idea of to be able to sell yourself. And you need to also be able to decide on, okay, based on my my skill set, what I know as like my strength, this is the area of tech that I should, work on to be able to transition, right? If you are good, like I said earlier, if you're not so technical, you don't have technical background, you've never done coding, you've never done anything technical, you might begin to look at things like, areas that don't really require so much technicalities, right? So my advice would be, do a SWOT analysis, find out your weaknesses and your strengths, so that you'll be able to align you're able to align it properly to know exactly the one that will work for you. Then when you come in, you can now start moving around. When you come in and see how things are done, you can say, okay, based on the fact that a data analyst or data scientist earns much more, I think I would want to gravitate towards that area. Then you can begin to build skills that will help you move into that role. So my advice is, make up your mind, decide on what you want to do, be willing to burn the midnight candle and to invest money on yourself to be able to bring yourself, to acquire the right skills that you need to be able to, come in. And if you have opportunity of internship, don't say I'm 45 years, don't say I've been a branch manager in a bank, I've been a manager or whatever. If you have interest in this, you have to bring yourself down. You have to be humble and you have to learn. You have to be willing to read and proceed from there. Then the undecided people, decision making is very critical in tech. If you're not able to make a decision, it could destroy everything. So you should be able to decide on what you want to do. You can't be undecided. You can't say, I want to come into tech. No, it's okay. What are the things? Okay, and also it also depends on what is driving the person. If I'm passionate about something, making decisions on that is not going to be an issue. So the passion should be the driving force. That's the first thing that should be your concern. Okay, how do I see this? Do I think this is something that that I will enjoy doing? Right? So it's about your passion. Taking that decision should be how passionate you are about actualizing your dreams and aspirations. That is my own advice to the undecided people. You have to be able to work on that so that you can decide on what you want and move forward. Then the third one is new tech professionals. It's the tech industry is broad. So when you come in, baby steps, you have to start learning. You have to, like for me, when I came into the industry, the first thing I did was to identify with somebody who could mentor me. And I was fortunate. I met with a lady who had over 20 years experience in IT. And I opened up to her, told her that I have never done IT role in my entire life. I don't have experience in computer science. So I don't have any degree or whatever in computer science, but I'm passionate about tech. Not about the money. When I joined, how much was I being paid? I wasn't earning so much, but to the glory of God today, I think I'm okay. It's within the 6-figure range, which is fine. But that wasn't what I was earning when I joined. So, but what drove me was my passion for this. I wasn't looking at how much that is in it for me to be made, so for me to make. I was looking at okay, if I build my skills and I learn, I continue to learn and develop myself and be an expert in the area of tech that I decide to, to develop a career path in. What are the prospects? I started looking at the future. And by the time you come in, even if you are being paid peanuts, focus on learning the job. When you learn the job, when you go for interviews, you have experience, you tell them that this is how much I want to earn. When you sell yourself to them, and the way it works here is, they advertise a role for between $80,000 to $100,000. They will say based on experience. So it's based on how you sell yourself that you can say, okay, how much how much are you asking for? You cannot say I want 100K or 120K. Even if they did not budget that amount for the role, but because they've seen what they want in you, they will pay you to hire you. That's how it works here. So focus on how you can grow, how you can learn, baby steps. And if you can't come into a role, try and master that role before you start thinking about moving into other roles that might pay you better or higher. So it's very important for the new professionals that are coming in. Some of them are not patient. They hear that data scientists are earning plenty money and all that. They want to start switching. They've not even been able to understand what the whole thing is all about. They want to switch. So they end up, they're not here, they're not there. They go in there, they fail. And the worst thing that will happen to you is when you go into a role that you're not qualified for, maybe you try and cram things and go into that, and you start encountering some challenges that you are able to, some complexities that you're able to, solve on your own. And that's how you lose confidence. And when you lose confidence, your career you start having challenge and problems in your career. So that's where I will submit my make my submission. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I think that's absolutely fantastic. And one thing I would like to, anyways, Adeza is going to come in to talk about essentially for people that are, getting started. If you fall into those three categories, you're undecided, you're a career switcher, and you're just getting started. We have, like I said, we've been doing this for the past career, training on LP people and older people. We've been doing it for the past 5 years. All right, so we have devised a methodology. It's called experiential approach to learning, and that's how you gain experience through, you get experience through case studies, projects, and all that. But we'll talk about that. Do you understand? But absolutely fantastic submission, like somebody else said, yeah. That's absolutely fantastic. So because of time, yeah. Kenechukwu, I don't know if you could do it in 2 minutes, your career advice to this set of people also, then I'll take Aziz as the last person.
Okay. First of all, I don't know how to advise someone that is undecided. So it's hard. So, but let me make a general advice, because I see people say that I talked about 4-year plan and they say it's so long. Okay. I'm above 30, okay, very much above 30. But where the company where I work now, I don't know how much you're going to offer me to make me leave. I don't earn so much per se, but I have a 3 years plan. I want to stay in my company for 3 years before I leave. That's how you plan. And I'm telling you, in 5 years' time, I'll be making so much money because that's my plan and I'm following it. So if you're in a rush, I don't know, maybe God might be your strength, it might work out for you, but you have to be feasible. You have to give yourself targets, give yourself plan. If it's not, if 4 is so much, you can make it 3. It's all right. But the important is that you cannot start today and you want to earn 100K pounds. It's hard. Let me not say it's not possible. It's hard. So you have to make that plan. Okay. Secondly, like I said, you have to spend money. You have to enroll in training schools. If you don't have the experience, I'm just giving a general advice like this. So you can talk to 10 Analytics, and then you need to learn. You need to pay to learn. Even if you can't afford to do the training, you need to buy data, you need to do courses that are free on Coursera and the rest of them. And there are a lot of people in the UK that are sending me private messages. If you buy courses on Coursera and whatever from Nigeria, it's cheaper than when you buy from the UK, just an advice. And then that's it. So you don't need to rush, you don't need to be greedy. You need to start small if you are new. And then there's one other thing. Age is just a number, okay? So you can start even if you're above 40, it doesn't matter. What is driving me is because I'll tell you is one thing. I want to be able to work freely, remote, hybrid. I don't want to stick in the office. That's the most important thing for me. I'm not pretty much very interested about the salary, but I am. But I just want to be free. Okay, that's why I'm doing data analytics. And at the time, I'm going to go to data science in the future. That's my career progression. I'm starting a course in artificial intelligence, a 3 years course in artificial intelligence and machine learning from September, 3 years course with BCS. So it's all about planning where you want to be. Okay, and then you give yourself time. And then me, I want to be free, work from anywhere. That's why I'm in IT, and that's one thing you get to enjoy. So don't focus your eyes on the money. Focus your eyes on every other advantages that comes with it. And I'm telling you, the money will be there calling for you. Okay, that's just my piece of advice. Thank you.
Fantastic. Symmetrical, absolutely profound. And thanks a lot for sharing. And thanks a lot for sharing. Let me just move over to Aziz so we can quickly wrap up. Yeah.
All right. Again, I know I have just 2 minutes. And so for me, I'm not going to go through the 3 buckets that you said, people just starting, people just this. I'm just going to have 3 key submissions. And then these submissions would, I'm sure one way or the other, would talk through the 3 buckets that you've mentioned. So the first one is, I think I've tagged it, start now. There's no better time than now, because the things that you want to get into, the people who want to teach you are going to give you the in thing right now. You do not know what the future is. The opportunities are there. Things keep changing, so there's no point just waiting for it. It's not too late. It's not too early. This is just this moment that we're speaking to ourselves is the best time for you to start. No, I can tell you for sure that if you put your heart to it and you give it the right attention, you do the things that everybody has been saying all day, do it religiously, I'm sure you're going to exceed your expectation. And then the other one is, please do have an open mind. Again, if you're just starting or you're about to start or you get to start tomorrow, there will be some challenges. So for example, you start your SQL class and then they're telling you the difference between DDL and DML, and you're like, Aziz was just saying so many things last 2 weeks. What is DDL for crying out loud? Trust me, those things can send you out of the tech space. But I can tell you for sure, if you have an open mind to say, yes, let this instructor finish saying what he or she is saying, and then I go back into my space to do some more research and check out what DDL or whatever the hell, sorry to use the H word, the person was saying to me. I want to get to know it more. Have that open mind that you can learn this thing. Again, I used to say to people that I'm passionate about data, and I can tell you the closest language to data is SQL. So if you take those things, if you take those basic things in terms of the modules that you're looking to learn and you follow through religiously, I can tell you for sure that you land yourself a very good job. And then you may be lucky. Even the big figures that looks achievable would come true in no time. And then lastly, mentorship. I can't overemphasize this. Mentorship, a lot of people get mentorship wrong. And I know Nonye spoke about it. Mentorship does not necessarily mean, Nonye, please come and hold me. Back in the days, we wait for somebody to say, this is what you will do next week. No. Mentorship is somebody that you can even get someone, you can get more than one person, a group of people to be your mentor. So what I'm saying is you do not necessarily need to get somebody to hold you to say, come and mentor me. You be the one. So for example, you do not have to tell, you have your plans, you have everything. You just need somebody to sense check what you've done. I have mentors in the industry, people that I've not even spoken to. I've only seen my mentor once this year. One of my mentors, the key ones that I do even go to say, I've only seen him once this year. We only exchange emails maybe 4 times here in the month of maybe August. And it does not necessarily mean I do not need these mentors. what I'm saying is, for somebody to even be a mentor, it means that he or she is very busy. So you need to appreciate that those people are busy, but you need, for you to even go to mentor to say, hey, I have this problem, it means you've exhausted all of the old means. Mentors should be in that place of, I'm making this step, I'm doing this, I've had an agreement, following what we said 3 months ago. I'm happy to tell you this is the reason why I've not achieved this is X, Y, and Z. So mentors, you just need people to lead you. Because whether we like it or not, people ahead of you have already seen 1 or 2 things, and they can easily guide you to say yes. And mentors does not, in some cases, another misconception about mentorship is a lot of people still see mentors could be people within my space. I have to get mentors in data. I have to get mentors in this. No, not necessarily. If you're looking to become a good speaker, you can get a mentor in public speaking or something. That, getting a good communicator in a data analysis world, it just give you an extra thing. That's just my submission. If you go on and on and on and on, there will be things to say. But I hope it's been a wonderful last 2 hours, please.
Absolutely fantastic. Thanks a lot. You guys have really, I think you've demystified all the myths, you've demystified all the things people need to know, how to get started, in tech essentially. Okay. So thanks a lot for spending the last almost 2 hours with us. Okay, sharing from your wealth of experience. Really appreciate you guys. Big time. Okay. So if you had a blast today, if you had a wonderful time, put a 1 in the chat quickly in the next few seconds. If you had a very wonderful time, you learned something new, please put a 1 in the chat and let's get started. All right, I expect this thing to be blowing up with ones. Okay, fantastic, nice, coming in now, fantastic, that's great. I learned a lot from you guys also, and I would say, so thanks a lot for taking out time from your busy schedule to speak to our people. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Really appreciate you big time. All right. So we'll be moving on to something else very quickly. So for people that have that key question on how do we get started? What are the practical steps to get started? We've given a very holistic view of, how the tech environment is, how you can get started and all that. But, we're going to be looking at practical steps that you should take in order for you to get yourself started in the tech ecosystem and what career paths you should take on. I know Nonia was always saying something about your strength. What are your key strengths? All right, and play towards your strengths or even your interest, whatever interests you and all that. So, we'll be talking about practical steps on what to do now. Okay, so Aziz, Kenechukwu, and Nonia, thanks a lot for taking out time. And I would hand over to Adeza. Yes, well, you guys are free to go. Thank you very much. Yes.
All right, cheers. Nice to meet you all.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you
All right,
very
Thank
much for
you.
coming
Thank
around.
you.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic
you.
presentation. I think all the speakers, all your submissions were pretty instructive. And I'd just like to say a very big thank you to the speakers as they leave. Now, what do we have left? In the next 30 minutes, we'll be breaking down the practical bits in you getting started. All right. So you've heard a lot of things from the fantastic speakers we brought on board, and they've given, very instructive submissions, advice on what to do. And some of you will be asking, okay, what do I do next? What's the next steps? What are the career paths available for me? And I'll be speaking about that in the next 30 minutes. And I could also see that you have questions you'd love to ask. I'll be very happy to answer those questions as we move on. All right, so let's get started with the last section of our session today. Okay, now there are 7 key career paths I'll be introducing you to, and I would explain clearly why these 7 career paths. Now, if you listen carefully to the speakers, you would hear that they spoke about the data analytics, the data science, the business analysis. Okay, 3 key career paths. However, at Tenalytics, we offer 7 career paths within the tech ecosystem. And I'll tell you the reason why we have 7 and why you should also consider looking at your strength, leveraging what Kene not what Kenechukwu and also what Nonye mentioned as well, which is what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, and based on that, you can then make a decision on the specific career path you'd like to follow eventually. So we have the business analysis. Nonye spoke a lot about what a business analyst does, the data analytics, which Aziz spoke a lot about data analytics. Then we have financial analytics, which has not been covered at all. So I'll speak about that. HR analytics as well. Financial analytics, HR analytics are derivatives of data analytics, but more specialized derivatives. And I would explain all what a financial analytics professional and a HR analytics professional will do. And then you have the full stack data science, which Kenneth spoke a bit about. Efemena also hinted a bit about that. And I saw somebody asking data engineering. Nobody has spoken about that. I would also touch on that. And last but not the least is Power Platform engineering. All right. And these are the 7 career paths we offer at Tenalytics. All right. Now, why these 7? Aziz talked about the fact that a lot of people feel the tech ecosystem is saturated and I could learn these skills and not find a job eventually, but that's not the case. So there are so many jobs available. And in fact, according to the World Economic Forum, a report, the Future of Work reports, between now and the next 10 years, in fact, from 2030 and the next 10 years, you'd have over 85 million roles available within the tech ecosystem. 85 million roles that will be left unfilled. So the question is, who are the people that will fill these roles? Right? And the reason why you'd have such a high number of vacancies within the tech ecosystem is simply because you don't have enough, human capital with the resources and the skills to fill those roles. So the people that would apply and compete for those roles in the future are those who would have the skills, equip themselves with the skills to eventually apply and get those jobs. Now, Kenechukwu Nonye spoke a lot about the fact that there are certain key things you need to take note of, right? The duration, and you'd hear that based on, individuals' specific career journey. Okay, so it has taken me a year to transition. Oh, it took me 3 years. It took me 4 years. It took me a few months. Now, we have been in the business of training and helping people transition over the last 5 years. Now, we've been able to devise a strategy to help you make that transition in a very seamless manner. And a lot of reasons why people would not get jobs. So you register, you buy a lot of courses, you do a lot of watch a lot of free videos out there. Information is everywhere, and it could get to a point where it becomes too much information overload. You are watching something, you get stuck, you don't know what to do afterwards. All right. So how do you make the transition a lot more seamless? Having somebody to hold your hands, having somebody to give you that guide and direction, a mentor, so to speak, just like Aziz mentioned. Ken also talked about the duration and how long it could take you. All right. What if you are able to gain experience by working on projects? Now, let's take, for example, and I would explain how it works. I have been in the data ecosystem for about a decade, and I've worked on numerous projects over the duration of my career. Now, I'm meant to train somebody like, let's say, I'm meant to train Abel. Abel is in my class as a learner in my data analytics class. How will Abel have an advantage over somebody else? And I'll explain very clearly. The way we've designed our programs at Tenalytics, all the programs we offer from data analytics to business analysis, HR analytics, is project-based experiential learning. Project-based experiential learning. And I'll be sharing some of those projects with you. So you're not learning by just watching and doing stuff. You are learning by working on projects. All right. So you join a class where you have a project that I have completed in the past in a real company, in a real life scenario. I've worked on that project, but of course, the data would be, codified and things would be changed due to data privacy issues. But you would also get the experience of working on a similar project that are executed in a company. All right. And how does that play to your advantage? Now you go to an interview and you're asked the question on how have you used data to solve a problem before? Or you have on your CV that you've worked for this particular organization. How did you leverage data to help them achieve a particular result or solve a problem? And that is where the experiential learning comes into play. So all the projects you worked on in class, or all the things you did where you looked at the case studies, you worked on the project, those projects would serve as your work experience. So you'll be talking to the recruiter and the potential employer, not from the position of, I'm a new learner. I just learned within the last few months and I'm trying to transition. I worked on this project. No, you never ever do that. For anybody who goes through Analytics program, you never do that. What you do is very simple. You go into that interview panel, you go into the room and you talk about the projects that you've completed as your real life work experience. So when it comes to experience, you're able to bridge that gap immediately. The way you portray yourself, like they say, perception is reality. The way you portray yourself to the recruiter would determine if you get the job or not. So you go into the room and you're talking about the fact that, oh, I just learned, I'm working on projects. They'll look at you as somebody who has not gotten started, and you'd be a liability to them for them to train you and do all the things they need to do for you. But you go into that company and you talk about the experience you have. I worked with the largest telecommunications company where I was able to help them optimize their processes. You talk about those projects you worked on in class as your real life work experience. And that's usually the game changer. Now, Aziz also talked about your CV, and I just smiled because you see all those tips and all those, tips and tricks that you need to use. Those are the things we provide for you when you register with in the Analytics program, any of our programs. And I'll speak about that. And those are the reasons why people never get jobs. There are so many people I know, they've come to me to say, Ades, I've been learning for the past 1 year. I've been learning on YouTube. I've not been able to transition. I've bought so many courses. I still cannot get a job. There's a reason why they cannot get a job. And I would explain that. I'll break it down for you within the next 30 minutes. And that's simply because your technical skill is 50%. And the skill you need to get a job is another 50%. And some of those things, the fantastic, speakers have spoken about them. And I'll just be reiterating and adding a few more tips for you, for those of you that will still be with us at the end of the session, because I'd also love to get your questions and answer some of those burning questions that you have, because I know you have questions. Now, the reason why we selected 7 career paths, all the career path I just showed you, from data analytics to data science to HR analytics, financial analytics, data engineering, Power Platform engineering. Why did we select them? 3 key reasons. Number 1 is ease of learning. That's the first criteria, ease of learning. So for somebody who is 45, for somebody who is 50, for somebody who is 25 or 18, how easy is it for you to learn these career paths and make the transition? So that's number 1 criteria. And what we did was to look across different job websites. We scraped the data online, and we did our analysis, and we came up with those 7 programs based on these criteria: ease of learning, number 1, ease of transitioning and getting a job. So if I learn, how easy would it be for me to transition and get a job? That's the second criteria. And number 3, high and rewarding salaries. So how fantastic is the salary? Aziz talked about the fact that, of course, you could earn as high as £300 per day, 24 hours, as high as £300. All right. Just to put that into context, with the current exchange rate, £300 is above 300,000 naira in a day. Okay, and I'll elaborate on that, and I'll show you how the things you need to put in place to ensure that you can compete for jobs like that and actually land jobs, and also show you people that have joined our program and they've landed similar jobs. I'll share their story with you as well. So all the programs we offer fall within these three criteria. Number one, easy to learn. Number two, easy to transition and get a job. And number three, high and rewarding salaries. Okay, and first on the list, of course, business analysis. Nonyet spoke a lot about this. As a business analyst, Nonyet mentioned that you are a change enabler. You enable change in the company. And you are that middleman. You serve as a bridge between the technical team, the technology team, and the business. You understand the business needs, and you relate those business needs to the development team to build applications or software required to optimize processes within the business itself. Okay, I'm not going to dwell too much on this because Nonyet really spoke a lot about the role of a business analyst. But just remember this when you think about business analysis or a business analyst role. Put yourself in a situation where you work for a company that, let's say, delivers packages to customers, a delivery company. And you found out that the wrong packages are being delivered to customers. So customer A calls today and say, oh, you sent a wrong package to me, and then you have to go back, collect the package from the customer. Now, as a business analyst, that's a major problem. And how do you solve that problem? You first of all look at the process. So you come up with a process map. You map out the process, the current process that exists. So process mapping, you're going to map out the process. And once you've done that, what next? You identify the inefficiencies in that process. Maybe one of the major points of the process itself involves manual data entry. So somebody has to enter the data manually, and that's where they make a mistake and send the wrong package to the wrong customer. Now, you as the business analyst, you've mapped out the process, you've identified where there are inefficiencies, and you recommend solutions to that particular problem. Now, the solution could be to implement an automated system that would involve, automatically entering the data whereby it will not be done manually again. All right. So you gather the requirements needed for that particular system. So requirements gathering, requirements engineering, requirements fundamentals are extremely important for a business analyst. You'll then take those requirements to the technology team who would build the application or automate that process or build the software that would carry out the automation of the data entry to solve the problem of sending the wrong items to the wrong customers. To come up with that application, you need to initiate a project. So project initiation planning, you need to understand that. You also manage those projects. You'll be involved in tracking the projects, managing the project. So you need to know Agile and Scrum for projects. You need to also know the software development lifecycle. How does a software project start? How does it end? Because you'll be involved in all of that. And I've talked about requirements fundamentals, which is simply getting the information required to solve that problem. Okay, you sit down with stakeholders, you would elicit more information from them, carry out interviews, set up meetings, workshops, and so on and so forth. So elicitation is absolutely critical, and stakeholder analysis and engagement is also very important. And in addition to all of these, you also need to know Excel, Power BI, and SQL as a business analyst. So the data analytics skills are also very important. And while a lot of business analysis training, you'd find out that they don't have the data analytics bits, which is Excel, Power BI, and SQL. But we embedded that in the curriculum. Why did we do that? Because we've seen over time that organizations out there are looking for business analysts who also have the ability to analyze data and come up with insights. So Excel, for example, you're going to be building dashboards, you'd get data, write queries to interact with a database using SQL, SQL. Kenneth talked about it, Nonyet talked about it, Aziz talked about it. You'd also learn Microsoft Power BI to build dashboards, to visualize your data, come up with insights to help the business take data-driven decisions. And of course, you'd learn how to use tools like Draw.io for your wireframing, your process mapping. You would learn how to use Jira, Slack for communication, Trello for project tracking, and of course, ChatGPT for business analysis. So, and these are the different programs we've embedded. ChatGPT for business analysis is something that you will not find anywhere. All right. But for us at Analytics, we've seen that, look, if you look at where the trend of tech is going to, where the trend of new technologies coming up, and for the budding new business analysts that will be applying to those jobs, having skills in leveraging generative AI tools like ChatGPT gives you an edge over that person that doesn't have the skill. So this is also embedded into the curriculum. And these are the skills you'll be learning. And for a business analyst in the UK, the average salary is about £52,000. In Canada is about 74,000. And this is the average, And I'll tell you for a fact, a particular story of a gentleman who joined our program, totally new. Now, Kenneth talked about the fact that there are some people that will try to attain, very high salary levels, and perhaps they will not achieve those levels. I know somebody who joined our program, completed the program. His picture is on the slide. I'm not going to point out to him because I don't want to disclose his salary. It's private to him. He joined the program, completed the program, got a job of £60,000 per annum. His first job in tech. He had always worked in Nigeria as an accountant. He had never done any other job related to data analytics or tech in general. That was his first tech role, and his salary was 60,000. Even experienced, professionals don't earn 60,000. So sometimes, depending on the industry, depending on the company, you could command high salaries. Okay, so these are the average salaries. In Canada is about 74,000 for a business analyst, and in the US, it's about 85,000 US dollars. And how long can you learn the skills required to become a business analyst? 3 months. 3 months, you can learn all the skills you need to get into business analysis. Now, how can you learn all the skills within the short time frame of 3 months? And that's, like I mentioned earlier, your classes are project-based classes. So you're not watching videos endlessly. You're not learning theoretical concepts. You're working on projects. Okay, so projects, real life projects for real companies that we as professionals have done in the past. You work on those projects, you understand what it takes to be a business analyst in the real world. And for 1 month, you'd also join our virtual internship. So apart from your learning, you have a 1 month internship. And what's the essence of the 1 month internship? That's where you build your project portfolio. So you have a portfolio of all the projects you'll be working on, so that when you get into that room and they ask for what you've done in business analysis, you can easily talk about all the projects you've worked on, not in the sense of talking about it that you worked as projects, but your real life experience as a business analyst. Because guess what? The same skills you deploy, the same Excel, the same Power BI, SQL, how to use Draw.io to map out your processes, all those things are the same set of skills you need in the real world. Okay, so you find yourself in a unique situation whereby you go into the job market leveraging all the things you've learned, all the projects you've completed as your real life work experience. And just to circle back to what Aziz said, there is something we always do. If you are not fresh out of the university, you've worked somewhere before, you have a CV, outlining your work experience, you don't lose all of that. It would serve, and all you need to do is you tweak your job, your job responsibilities, your job requirements, you tweak them to have a flavor of business analysis. So you're not going to go into that room and say, I've been a business analyst for 3 months, or I've been a business analyst for 4 months. No. If you had 5 years experience, maybe working as an engineer, that 5 years, you'd convert it to business analysis experience. If you've worked as a teacher for the past 2 years or 3 years, That 3 years, you convert it to business analysis experience. And these are some of the things you do in your CV review session. Okay, so I'm going to move a little bit faster. For data analytics, of course, we've talked a lot about this. For a data analyst, what do you need to become a data analyst? What are the skills you need to learn to get into data analytics? So I'm just going to go back. I forgot to add something on the business analysis part, which is the curriculum that we use to design the business analysis program is the CBAP curriculum, which Nonye mentioned, plus the BCS. So the BCS is the UK version of CBAP. CBAP is North American, most especially Canada. BCS is in the UK. So we looked at the CBAP curriculum, the BCS curriculum, and we used that to design the curriculum for the business analysis program. So you're not learning just theoretical concepts, but you're learning the practical application of all the things you'll be learning, so that on the first day of the job, you hit the ground running as a business analyst. Now let's move to data analytics very quickly, because we're very conscious about the timing. Now, for a data analyst, what do you need to learn to get into data analytics? Very straightforward. First of all is problem solving, because that's the fundamental role of a data analyst. All the things, the story Aziz gave, a company knowing where to put two different products side by side, because when they carried out something called a market basket analysis, they identified that if you put these two products side by side, customers would buy a lot of them. Okay, you need to identify the problem that exists or the question a company needs to answer. All right, that all has to do with problem solving. So problem solving involves knowing the right problem to attack, knowing where the problem exists. Do we have data to solve that problem? What framework do I need to solve this problem? What are the techniques I need to deploy? What tool do I need to deploy? How do I identify the root cause of this problem? So you'll be learning several techniques to help you leveraging several techniques to help you solve problems in an organization. And all of that would come under problem solving. You then learn how to use Excel. And Excel, of course, is the most versatile data analytics tool you would ever learn. A lot of people feel they know how to use Excel until they see Excel in a different light. And I always tell people that, look, getting into any data space without the understanding of Excel, you are really not getting started. Especially as a data analyst, as a data scientist, it is absolutely fundamental for you to understand Microsoft Excel for analytics, how to get data into Excel, how to analyze that data, summarize the data, come up with insights, leveraging different tools that exist within Excel to come up with solutions to problems and help organizations take data-driven decisions. Okay. All right, I'm going to answer your question, Israel. How is our company different? Our company is different. The differentiating factor is no other company out there would do the things to help you get a job that we at Analytics are doing. And the focus for us is on Africans and people of the Black community to help get these jobs. You go into all these organizations, you see a lot of Indians, you see a lot of Asians and different other nationalities. But how do Africans, somebody that looks like me, get a job as a data analyst or a business analyst in these organizations? So the other 50%, all the things I'm showing you now are the technical skills. The other 50% that would actually help you get the job is where we are 100% different from any other platform out there. And that's where our success has come from. And I'll be showing you all those different areas in the next few minutes. So as a business analyst, let's go back to what you need to learn. Problem solving, Excel, SQL, SQL, structured query language. All right. And like all the other speakers mentioned earlier, you cannot be a data analyst without understanding SQL. It's impossible. And the reason is simply organizations would keep their data in a database. A database is simply an environment that organizes data, that stores data. Okay, so if you need the data, you go in there, you get the data, and you can start to analyze. All right. Simply put, a database is a systematic organization or collection of data. All right. So how do you interact with that database? How do you get data from the database, perform analysis with the data in that database? And that's where SQL comes into play. You need to understand structured query language, SQL. From there, you learn how to use Power BI for your data analytics, coming up with dashboards, extracting insights from data, and also automating the process of how the data would come in and how you visualize the data for the business to take data-driven decisions. And of course, you have Tableau as well. Tableau for data analytics. A lot of people would say, oh, I'd rather learn Power BI. Some would say, I'd rather learn Tableau. But what we've also seen is that limits your options if you understand just one of the two tools as a data analyst. So why not learn the two instead of learning one to give you a broader, advantage when applying to jobs out there. Number 6 is data storytelling. So once you've done your analysis, you've created your dashboards, you've built what you want to build, how do you tell a story so that the people that need to make a decision can make a decision? All right. And I'll give you just a very simple example. Real life story. A company who offers services found out that, look, we do a lot of adverts, we do a lot of publicity, but most of our customers come from referral. So all the money we spend on adverts, all the money we spend on publicity, most of our customers come from referral. So this particular company now decided, rather than spending all the money, why not implement a referral program, a referral scheme, incentivize people to refer customers to that company. And by doing this, and how did they even know that most of the customers come through referral? Analysis. What's the story behind it? You tell a story of where the customers come from and why it is important to implement a program like a referral program that could increase sales, because every company wants to increase sales, increase revenue, reduce costs to ensure that the bottom line goes up, the margins are increased. Now, this company implemented a referral program and their sales moved from 45% referral to 68%. And of course, that gave them more revenue. And as a data analyst, these are some of the projects you'd be engaged in doing and helping businesses optimize their sales. You'd also learn ChatGPT for analytics. All right. So new tools, new technologies, generative AI. How do you use somebody asked the question, would AI not take the job? Would AI not, render analysts useless? But if you use ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT the question, type it in there and see the response you get. Okay. Now, what you'd find is people who have the skills to make sense of the data, to clean the data, to extract insight and tell a story, not just based on the technical skill, but also based on experience and human, intuition added to the whole mix, because you need a complement. AI should be a complement to the skills you have as a data analyst or data scientist, as the case might be. So for us, the focus is on leveraging. What are the type of questions you need to ask? How can you leverage a tool like ChatGPT to give you answers and results in a very fast manner? So an analysis that will take you about 1 day to complete, how can I complete it in 2 hours? Leveraging tools like ChatGPT. You're going to be learning that as well. And last but not the least is Microsoft Fabric for analytics. Okay, so Microsoft Fabric was launched about 2 to 3 months ago. It's a very new technology. And this is a technology that you'd never find it anywhere in a program for data analytics. All right, now, why did we embed it in our program? We did that so that anybody who goes through this program and applying to a role as a data analyst, and the company sees that you have Microsoft Fabric, a very new technology. And what does Microsoft Fabric do? What is it all about? It is an all-in-one platform that has several analytics modules embedded in one place. So it's like saying, I want to query my database. You have SQL, a data engineering bit. You have a data science bit in Microsoft Fabric. You have your analytics. You can do everything you want to do in a single environment. Now, what this means is a lot of organizations are beginning to convert their systems and, take advantage of Microsoft Fabric, so that rather than having multiple systems here and there, they have everything in a single location. So you having the skill in using Microsoft Fabric gives you an advantage over that, other applicants who doesn't have the skill. So you have a unique advantage in getting that job eventually. What's the average salary for a data analyst in the UK? Is about £40,000. I remember I told you that somebody actually got a job of 60,000 and had never done data analytics before. 60,000. I was surprised myself that could even happen. In Canada, 64,000 Canadian dollars. In the US, 72,000 US dollars. And how long does it take for you to get started as a data analyst? 4 months. 4 months project-based classes. And I'll show you some of the projects that people are building in class. Real-life projects for real-life companies. All right. And the 4 months involves your 3 months project-based classes and 1 month internship. Like I mentioned, the internship is very, very key. Why? Because that is where you build your portfolio. So right from the first day, we simulate a real-life work environment where you work together in teams, you work in groups, solving problems, and those problems you've solved, whatever the solution is at the end of the day, you'd have that in your profile, in your portfolio. Anybody, you have that, the link to your portfolio would be on your CV. So by the time your CV goes through the ATS system, they can check and see the quality of work you've done. And that's where they start to call you up for interviews to see, what you've been able to accomplish as a data analyst. Now let's move on to HR analytics. I mentioned that HR analytics is a derivative of data analytics, but a little bit more specialized. All right. So as a HR analytics professional, you're going to learn problem solving. You'd learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL, just like the data analyst. However, your major focus would be on people-related data. All right. Data about the people in the organization. How do you analyze the data and come up with insights that could lead to strategies and processes or policies that would improve the organization at the end of the day? Because guess what? The people make the business. 3 key factors that drives the business: the people, the processes, and the technology. The people would implement the process and ensure that the process is followed. The policies, the technology as well. The people are the ones that would implement the technology and ensure that they leverage technology to drive the business. So the people form a critical part. So rather than the mundane activities that, some HR professionals engage themselves with, usually, where it's just about tracking leave, sending emails, oh, this person is on leave, not on leave, and so on and so forth, the staff handbook, the HR policies and procedures. You want to work in a situation whereby you can tell or predict who are the people that are likely going to leave the company based on the analysis you've done of people that have left before. All right. So HR can start to have something called stay interviews rather than exit interviews. You do exit interview for somebody who has already said, look, I'm leaving. But if you know that somebody is going to leave or about to leave, because you've analyzed the data and you've seen that the key factors that leads to people leaving is, number 1, overtime, number 2, distance from home, and so on and so forth. You can start to put people into buckets and identify people that are likely going to leave the company based on people that have left before. So rather than allowing them leave and have exit interviews, you can start to have stay interviews with them. Okay, stop them from leaving, implement policies and strategies that will keep them in place, implement hybrid work, implement different other strategies to ensure that the talents within the organization stay and don't leave the organization. And then you'd learn HR analytics and performance evaluation, HR metrics and life cycle. So what are the different metrics you need to look out for to analyze and track within the company absenteeism, attrition, and so on and so forth. You know the type of metrics to track to ensure that the company or the organization you work for performs optimally. And you as the HR professional will be responsible for coming up with these analyses. How do you build dashboards and analyze people-related data? You'd also learn how to do that. You'd learn how to automate your reports. Because guess what? Your reports will be done monthly or weekly, as the case might be. So you don't want to always come up with those reports every single month. You want to automate the process so that next month or next week, all you have to do is feed the analysis or the dashboard with new data, and then click on refresh. Your dashboard is updated automatically. Building your case and creating action. And of course, this is an area where, as a HR analytics professional, maybe in the past, you are in HR where everybody in the company sees HR as a cost center. You don't come up with strategic initiatives. So how do you start to change the narrative? By coming up with key insights and analysis as a HR professional. And last but not the least is ChatGPT for analytics. Also leveraging new technologies to optimize your work as a HR analytics professional. What's the average salary? 32,500 in the UK per annum, 71,000 in Canada, 62,000 in the US. How long does it take for you to transition into HR analytics? And just to also mention, you don't need any experience. And I think across all the speakers we had, they also had this same, common denominator. You don't need any experience. You don't need any prior knowledge, any particular degree, any particular, career journey for you to make the switch into any of these areas. All you need is the skills, because all these areas are heavily skill-based. All right. 4 months for you to transition into HR analytics, 3 months project-based classes, and then 1 month virtual internship, free virtual internship. You don't pay for the internship separately. And the internship, like I mentioned, is usually a game changer where you work on different projects to do what? Simulate the work you do in the real life. And like I said, you don't want to go into an interview and you are talking in the manner that, oh, I'm new to the space, I've just done it for the last 4 months. No, we would coach you, and I'll talk about all of that on how to sell yourself during the interview. And while you've undergone the process of what? Project-based learning. So moving on to the next career path, which is financial analytics. Again, financial analytics, another derivative of data analytics, but focused on financial related data. Okay, financial related data. Somebody is saying, oh, I thought the HR analytics was 3 months. Yes. So because we've added a couple of other programs, like the ChatGPT, for example, was not part of the program. So we've increased the duration. It's 4 months, 3 months project-based classes, 1 month internship. Now, for the financial analytics program, this is a blend of 3 different areas. A blend of data analytics, number 1, corporate finance, and investment banking. Right? And as a financial analytics professional, all the data analytics skills, you're going to learn them: problem solving, Excel, Power BI, SQL. And then you would learn accounting fundamentals. You'd learn how to perform financial analysis, ratios, and so on and so forth, financial modeling. You'd create financial models right from the very first day of your financial class. And how you do it is simple. You'd come up with a business as a class. We want to start, let's take, for example, we want to start a car mobility business or a transportation business. You'd all come up with a business, and then you build the financial model in class from scratch. So you're not learning by, using a template. You'll be learning by building from scratch. So all the things you need to do in financial modeling, you'll be learning that start to finish. You'd learn valuation and then sensitivity and scenario analysis. So you'd learn all of this within the space of 4 months as well, 3 months project-based classes, and then 1 month internship. So remember, the financial analytics career path is a combination of data analytics, corporate finance, and investment banking. And there is no organization today across the globe that does not need a financial analyst. The language of business is finance and accounting. So the role is in also very high demand. And of course, in the UK, it's about £51,000. In Canada, 69,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, about 74,000 US dollars. So the very famous data engineering, a lot of people have been asking data engineering. Nobody spoke about that. First of all, as a data engineer, what do you do? What's the role of a data engineer? A data engineer is simply responsible for getting data. Remember, we've talked about a lot of career path that involves analyzing data, coming up with insights to take data-driven decision. But the question is, where does the data come from? Who puts the data in the database before the data analyst can then get the data for analysis? And that's the data engineer's role. Now, let's take a scenario, a bank, for example. A bank generates data from different channels. Some of you will do transactions using your mobile app, your mobile phones. Okay. Now, the data from all the customers of that bank that transacts using the mobile app, the data goes into a database. All right. Other customers would do the internet banking. So they open up their browser, they go to the internet banking, you use your token, you do the transfers and so on and so forth. The transaction from the internet platform, internet banking, also goes into a separate database. Some of you will do the USSD mode of transaction, okay, *737 or star something as the case might be. You do the USSD to make the transaction. That transaction data goes in somewhere into a different database. Now, it's the responsibility of the data engineer to get the data from the mobile application database, the data from the internet banking database, the USSD transaction database, and put all that data in a data warehouse. Simply, that's what it's all about. So getting data from where the data is into where the data is needed or required. Now, the data warehouse is that location that the data analyst, the HR analyst, the business analyst, all the people, all the stakeholders that needs that data, that's where they would go to access the data. So the data engineer would understand how to use SQL very well, the structured query language, because that's the language of databases and data warehouses. All right. And of course, you'd learn introduction to data engineering. That's the key part, the fundamental part of data engineering itself. And then you'd learn Python, because a lot of the scripts you'll be writing, you write them in Python. So you learn Python programming that you would use to create your ETL pipelines and so on and so forth. You'd learn how to use Linux for your scripting as well. You'd also learn how to build custom ETL pipelines. All right, ETL pipelines. ETL simply means extract, transform, and load. And that's the process of getting the data from wherever the data is, transforming the data into a reasonable format that can fit into the data warehouse. So the process of extracting, transforming, and loading the data into the data warehouse, that's the ETL pipeline the data engineer would be building. And of course, you learn how to use Apache Spark, Apache Airflow for orchestration and scheduling. You'd also learn, because once you build your pipeline, you want to automate the process. You don't want to have to go back to build new pipelines every single time. So you would have to automate the process through orchestration and scheduling, leveraging Apache Airflow. You'd also learn AWS cloud engineering and version control using GitHub. Now, data engineering is a very high demand career path. Companies are dying to get data engineers. And I'll give you a very typical example. I got a call from Nigeria in an organization I worked in while I was in Nigeria, and they have been looking for data engineers for the past 2 months. And they reached out to me to say, oh, Adeza, we need data engineers. And we are even willing to bend our back in the sense that they can work remotely. okay, and so many concessions that we're going to provide. And I asked, okay, what's the salary range? It was between 1 to 1.5 million naira per month for the data engineering role. Now, what did I do? Very simple. We sent a message to the data engineering participants that have registered with us that are in Nigeria, because we have our participants across the globe. And we got their CVs, and we sent the CVs to that company to, interview them and prepare them to fill in those roles. And those are the type of opportunities available. All right. In the UK, myself, Efemena, every single day, every other day, we get phone calls. We get emails to recommend data engineers. All right. And that's simply because you will not really find programs designed to build data engineers from scratch. Most of the data engineers you'd see today are data engineers that transition from software engineering. So one of the things we do, the focus for us is, for anybody who comes through the data engineering program, we equip you with all the skills you need, even draw.io that a business analyst would need. As a data engineer, you need this to be able to create your ERD diagrams and so on and so forth. And you'd also learn how to use tools like ChatGPT and all of that to bake you from a newbie into the space into a fully fledged data engineer within the space of 4 months. 3 months project-based classes and 1 month internship. And one thing I also want to emphasize is all the programs are beginner friendly. You don't need any experience, you don't need any knowledge to get into the space. And because the classes are project-based, it means that we are working on projects, not theoretical concepts. You learn the theories, the fundamentals, the technical jargons, and all of that. However, the main meat of being a data engineer is actually to build those projects, build those pipelines, and solve those data problems, moving data from one place to the other where the data is needed. And that will be the crux of what you're learning with us at Tenalytics. Now, what's the average salary? In the UK, it's £60,000. And this is the highest you've seen so far. And that's because of the demand of data engineers. In Canada, it's about 92,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, 6 figures straight up, 114,000 US dollars, right? And these are the things you need to get started as a data engineer. Now, full stack data science. I'm not going to dwell on what a data scientist does, because between Kenechukwu and Aziz, they spoke a lot about data science, which is simply coming up with predictive analytics, okay, seeing into the future. What is likely going to happen based on historical data, things that have happened in the past, all right, and things that are happening today. So as a data scientist, you are building predictive models, forecasting to see into the future what is likely going to happen. Okay, the data analyst, because people would ask, well, what's now the difference between the data analyst and the data scientist? The data analyst focuses on 2 key areas of analytics: descriptive and diagnostic. What happened and why it happened. What happened and why it happened. For example, what happened is this company had a 30% increase in sales in the month of July. Why did it happen? Why did we have an increase? And some people will be surprised that why are you concerned about why you have an increase? You are concerned because you want to know why you have that increase so that you can double down on that and maximize the opportunities that exist so you can make those revenue in subsequent months. So July, we had a 30% increase in sales. That was what happened. Why did it happen? It happened because we implemented a new scheme called the referral program. That's why it happened. So descriptive and diagnostic, that's for the data analyst. Now, predicting what is likely going to happen in the future if we add another program to the referral program. all right? And you deploy a lot of statistical models, statistical techniques, forecasting techniques. You'd learn how to select the right type of forecasting technique to leverage to come up with those models. And that's why statistics is very key for a full stack data scientist, all right? Because you'd understand how to leverage. Forecasting itself is hinged on statistics. Machine learning is hinged on statistics. Predictive analytics is hinged on statistics. So it's very fundamental and critical to your understanding of, predictive models and forecasting in data science. Okay, you'd also learn forecasting. I've talked about that. Excel, the Microsoft Excel you'll be learning in this regard is different from the Excel you'd learn as a data analyst. So here you're focusing more on forecasting, different forecasting methods, the moving average method, the exponential smoothing, the naive approach to forecasting, and so many other forecasting techniques that you'd be leveraging. You'd also learn how to use Tableau for data analytics. And of course, SQL, you can't run away from that. SQL, Python, exploratory data analysis, machine learning, and computer vision. So these are the things you'll be learning. And it's a full stack data science program, right? So you're learning all these skills, all these tools within the space of 4 months, 3 months project-based classes, and 1 month internship as the previous programs. Okay, and I'll show you some of the projects that people have built over time. In the UK, as a data scientist, you are earning about £50,000 per annum, 94,000 in Canada, Canadian dollars, and US dollars, 121,000 US dollars, another 6-figure. And this just shows you the opportunities and the demand based on the location. And of course, in the US, you'd see so many remote roles, remote opportunities available. I saw that in the charts, somebody asking, oh, can I get a remote job? Can I work from Nigeria? Can I work from home 100%? For the last, I would say about 2 years, I've never been to the office. Same with FMNA. Okay, so you only go to the office if you want to. Okay, but it's not a requirement for you to do your job because all the things you need, you can work from home. You control the time you have a sense of work-life balance. And these are some of the things, some of the perks you discuss with the company during the interviewing stage or the recruitment stage, as the case might be. So this is for the full stack data science. And last but not the least, before I tell you about the areas you need to consider apart from just the technical skill for you to land a job, Power Platform engineering is another major career path that a lot of people don't talk about and they don't, take notice of. And I want to just ask a very quick question in the chat. A lot of people know about Power BI. A lot of people know about Power BI, but people don't know that the Power Platform itself encompasses so many other tools apart from just Power BI. If you know Power BI, of course, we've talked about it a couple of times now, but if you've heard of Power BI before, type 1 into the chat. Just type number 1 into the chat. If you know Power BI, type 1 into the chat. Let's just see the number of people that know. I'm sure a lot of you would have heard about Power BI. You've used Power BI. You've seen Power BI. You've heard about it. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot. Now, I'm going to ask a question and I'm sure the ones will not be as many. If you've heard of Power Virtual Agents, okay, type a 2 in the chat, number 2. If you've heard of Power Virtual Agents, type a 2 in the chat. If you've heard of Power Virtual Agent, first time of hearing of it, absolutely, Maureen. Okay, and that's simply the Power Platform itself has 4 different applications. Power BI is just one of them. And Power Platform engineering, as a Power Platform engineer, what do? You are responsible for building and developing applications or solutions with little or no code. So it is a no code, low code career path. All right. So a company wants to develop an expense tracking system or an expense tracking application. I don't need to go call a developer. from outside who's going to build the application for me. As a Power Platform engineer, I can build the application internally, build custom applications for the company, leveraging my Power Platform tools to developing solutions for the company. So you're learning introduction to Power Platform, Microsoft Power BI, which a lot of you know about. You use that for your analysis, you use that to create dashboards and data visualization. And of course, you learn how to use SQL to interact with databases. Power Automate, automating your processes. You'd learn how to use Microsoft Power Automate to automate your processes. Power Apps to build custom applications. All right. So the Power Platform has the Microsoft Power BI, the Power Automate, the Power Apps, and the Power Virtual Agent. So the Power Virtual Agent, you use that to build chatbots, AI-enabled chatbots. Some of you would go to a website and you'll be chatting with somebody and you wonder, who am I chatting with that's responding to me? It's just a chatbot responding to you that was built and designed to have AI capabilities to give you responses that are human-like. So you build solutions like that. Microsoft Power Pages, you'd also learn how to build your case and create action. You'd learn how to use the AI builder to embed AI into the solutions you are building. You'd learn how to use Microsoft SharePoint, how to use the Dataverse, which is a database within the Microsoft ecosystem itself. And as a Power Platform engineer, how long does it take you to learn the skills, all these skills, and get started and make the transition? 3 months, 2 months project-based classes, and 1 month internship as usual. The internship is for you to solve solutions, build solutions, real-life solutions that you'd add to your portfolio. Average salary in the UK is £45,000. In Canada, 72,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, 110,000 US dollars. 6 figures again in the US simply because of the demand. And these jobs are available remotely. You can work remotely from anywhere. You are in Nigeria, you are in Ghana, you are somewhere in South Africa. You can work remotely for some of these major organizations across the globe. Now, your typical learning roadmap at Tenalytics involves between 2+ months learning journey, depending on the program. The business analysis will take you about 3 months. The Power Platform will take you about another 3 months. The data analytics is 4 months, data engineering 4 months. So it's above 2 months, and you'd always have the virtual internship that would help you bridge that gap between all the things you've learned and working on real life solutions in a project-based scenario, a real life work scenario where you'd work with team members, you'd work with different groups, working on the solution together to come up with a holistic solution to that particular problem. All right. Now, secondly, you'd learn from the best in the industry. There's a difference when you're learning from somebody who is in the industry and you are learning from somebody who just learns on YouTube or learns on Coursera. There's a total difference between the two. All right. And when you hear people speak about different programs, about different career paths, you'd understand they are really in that career path. And those are the type of people you'll be learning from. Industry best in class industry professionals to help you learn the skill and hold your hands. Kenneth talked about something, and we always sing the same song, which is a lot of people want to learn for free. My question is, do you think you can get the best for free? The answer is an absolute no. You can't get the best for free. So how do you learn from people that have gone through the same process? They know all the things. You learn from an experiential learning approach. And that's where you get to learn with us at Tenalytics. Again, your classes are flexible. And this is simply because 90% of the people that register with us are either master's students in Canada, in the UK, across the globe, or working professionals, 9-to-5ers. So your classes don't happen during the week. They happen weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. Saturdays are for your live project-based classes. This is where you'd see a trainer, a facilitator like myself, working on projects with you, showing you what to do, and other professionals that will be working with you, depending on the program you register for. While on Sundays are for the the Watch Me Do It video. We call them the Watch Me Do It videos. These are self-paced videos that we send to you. You watch them and you learn some concepts. You'd see how it's a watch me do it. So you watch and you implement, watch and implement. And then on Saturdays, you have your project-based classes, all right? For some of the programs like the data engineering, the Power Platform, and the business analysis, you have classes on Saturdays and Sundays, live classes on Saturdays and Sundays for those programs. For the other programs like your data analytics, your data science, your HR analytics, your financial analytics, your class only happens on Saturdays, the live class, while on Sundays you have the Watch Me Do It videos, okay? And of course, you also get to join our recruitment hack sessions. A couple of things were mentioned around how long. Kenechukwu talked about 4 years. 4 years is literally doing another undergraduate degree. If it took me 4 years to transition, I probably would have never transitioned into tech. Okay, so how do you learn skills? Equip yourself with the skill, gain the experience, and put yourself out there to attract the best of the best recruiters. That's what our recruitment hack sessions are all about. How to position yourself, what to say when you get into an interview. And this forms the other 50%. Remember, I talked about the technical skill 50% and the other 50%. The other 50% are these 7 key areas. I'll breeze through them very quickly because a lot of them have been touched on by the previous speakers. Number 1 is CV review. Why is this very important? And Aziz gave a couple of tips. Those tips are bread and butter when you register with Tenalytics, which is simply, I want to apply to 10 different jobs and I'm applying with 1 CV and you expect that you would get a positive feedback. It's impossible. It's ridiculous. You're applying to 20 different jobs and you're applying with the same CV. You would never get called for an interview. How do you leverage platforms and tools that exist whereby what you need to do is copy the job description, copy your own CV, paste it, and do a job match. And it tells you clearly, these are the areas you need to work on. These are the things you need to change on your CV so that you have a perfect match. Now, he talked about the fact that you could have about 1,000 applications when a vacancy is put out there. Do you think a recruiter would look through 1,000 CVs before picking your CV to call you for an interview? It's not possible. There is something called the ATS system, the applicant tracking system. Now, this system would check for keywords in your CV and they would have a match. So when you would have done your own due diligence at the beginning, where you would have matched your CV using different tools we're going to introduce to you. You match your CV with the job description, and it tells you that your CV is a 65% match. It means you need to work on your CV to get it to a minimum of 85%. Minimum of 85%. So it's either greater than or equal to 85%. That's the goal. Now, once you've done this and it goes through the applicant tracking system, what happens? It would pick your CV. And any CV that falls below this, depending on the threshold the company has set, will be weeded out. So those CVs that have been selected are the ones that they would call you up, to come for an interview. And that's why your CV is absolutely important, because your CV is your representation in paper format. So how do you present the best version of yourself out there? We work with you, show you the different tools, AI embedded tools on how you can always tailor your CV. So if you're applying to 20 jobs, you are applying with 20 different CVs, and you have somebody dedicated that would work with you to provide all the different insights, the tricks, and all of that on what to do with your CV, depending on the job you're applying to. Again, your LinkedIn. Number 2 is your LinkedIn optimization. Now, LinkedIn is absolutely critical for anybody who is trying to make that switch and make the transition, because guess what? LinkedIn is one of the first places a recruiter would go to, All right. So you're a data analyst, you're a business analyst. I'm going to check your profile. Do you speak or do you talk about data analytics? Have you built anything? Have you put anything out there? All right. If I see your CV, fantastic, it looks good. I go to your profile and I see that you are an account officer. That's a mismatch. All right. So how do you ensure that your CV, your LinkedIn profile matches to your CV? And if you want to transition into data science, what you have on your LinkedIn is also aligned to data science. And these are some of the things would help you do. If you don't have a LinkedIn profile, would show you how to create one. If you have one, would show you how to optimize your LinkedIn. And for those of you talking about remote jobs, Upwork is one of the platforms we leverage to get remote jobs, fantastic remote jobs. If you don't have an Upwork profile, we'll show you how to create one and then how to optimize your Upwork profile so that you start to get jobs, eventually getting remote jobs depending on your own location, right? Number 4 is navigating the job market. A lot of people move to Canada, they move to the UK and they don't know what to do. All right. Now, Nonyet mentioned something in passing. I don't know if some of you caught it. He said he met with a mentor who had been in the space for about 20 years. All right. And she told him a couple of things to do. Now, you go into a country, and I see a lot of people making this mistake. Let's take the UK, for example, because I'm in the UK. People come for their masters in the UK. And because the UK is ruthless when it comes to paying of bills and things like that, so they follow the herd. There's the herd mentality, which is this is the particular path I must follow because everybody else is following that path. All right. So they go to do the warehouse jobs, they do the care jobs, which is there's nothing wrong about that. Okay. All due respect, shout out to all the care workers and warehouse workers out there. However, that should just be for a limited duration. You don't want to do that going forward as a career track or a career progression. But some people get so engrossed in doing that and they forget that, look, at the end of my program in the university, I'm going to learn little to nothing of the skills I need to get a job in the UK. And that's a rude awakening a lot of people have when they get to the UK, thinking that, oh, I'm doing my master's, I'm going to show my master's set. Nobody cares about your master's certificate. Apart from that, what you are learning in the university is what? Theoretical concepts. You are writing research papers, coursework that are not practically related to solving problems in the real world. Okay, so understanding the environment, knowing where to apply to jobs, how to apply to jobs, how to navigate the job market, how to negotiate salaries and things like that. Those are the things you learn in the navigating the job market session. How do I transition from a particular visa? I'm on a tier 4 visa as a student. How do I transition from a tier 4 visa to a tier 2 visa, a skilled worker visa? Or I'm on a skilled worker visa, I'm on a healthcare visa, I want to transition to a skilled worker visa as a data analyst. How do I navigate the space? It's important and critical that you work with people that have gone through that same process and they know exactly what you need to do. All right. Again, recommendation and references. Also something that is really not talked about, but is absolutely important. All right. I received a call from somebody this afternoon. She was telling me that, oh, hello, Adez, I think you need to check your email. The NHS has sent an email to you for you to write a reference for me. Because she got a job with the NHS recently, and organizations would always reach out to your referee. Who is your reference? Who can vouch for your character? Who have you worked for before? All right. One thing we do at Tenalytics is when you join our program, you become our employee. On your LinkedIn, and I want everybody to go check this. All right. Go on LinkedIn at the end of the call, search for Tenalytics. And when you search, click on people. When you search for Tenalytics, you'd see the search would have posts, people, and so many other things. Search for what? People. And you see the numerous people that have gotten jobs, that have gone through our programs. All right. You see on their job experience, data analytics consultants with Tenalytics, business analysis consultant with Tenalytics, data engineer with Tenalytics, because you want to associate yourself with a platform, a company that offers, the skills, that offers services within the tech ecosystem. So you're not a newbie. Nobody would see you as somebody who has no experience, all right? And if you need a referee, we would vouch for you, would write that recommendation, would fill that reference form that would help you get the job at the end of the day. Now, the second to the last is interview preparation. And this is one of the most exciting parts of the journey. The reason why a lot of people don't get jobs, okay? So you're going for an interview and you've never interviewed for a data role before, or a business analysis role, or a power platform engineering role. How do you prepare for the questions you're likely going to get? I have worked with thousands and thousands of people, and for people to answer questions as simple as, tell me about yourself, you'll be shocked. And I'm sure a lot of you on the call, with all due respect, okay, with all due respect, it's a struggle. The reason why it's a struggle is because you haven't really practiced and you don't have a constructive approach to that question. And we have an approach for it. And we walk you through the approach, which is the SEAT approach. Anywhere you're told to introduce yourself, you use the SEAT approach. S for skills, E for experience, A for achievements, and T for traits or type of person. So you first of all talk about your skills. Hello, my name is Adeza Suleiman. I'm a data analytics expert with diverse skills in the use of Python, Power BI, Excel, SQL. I have close to a decade experience working for organizations across different sectors, from energy to automobile. You talk about your experience. You talk about your achievements. One of my major achievements came from when I worked in the energy sector, where I helped one of the largest energy conglomerates to build a data warehouse that optimized their processes. You talk about your achievements and you talk about your type of person. I'm a team player. I'm a problem solver. I'm that person who would raise up my hand when every problem comes up to solve the problem. Okay, you talk about your trait or your type of person. So how do you introduce yourself in a compelling manner in an interview when you're asked a simple question as, tell me about yourself? People fumble and they really don't know what to say. Again, you'd get questions like, tell me how you've used data to solve a problem, or tell me how, as a business analyst, you've been able to carry out a change management process, or you've optimized the process. People really don't know what to do. They go all over the place, spend 10 minutes answering one question, whereas there are techniques and approach for these questions, like the STAR approach for competency-based questions during interviews. And this is where experience of professionals comes into play. We work with you to help you for your job and interview preparation. And last but not the least, which I would say, in my opinion, is one of the most important, is the mentorship. Mentorship. I can bet you and take it to the bank, take it anywhere. If you decide to learn alone, starting from the month of August, and I work with somebody who also starts the same time, the month of August, you can be rest assured, guarantee that that person would make the transition a lot faster than you would. Why? Because a lot of the things the person will be learning would be in line with what they need to learn, number one. Number two is you would face a lot of challenges, obstacles along the way. You would apply to jobs and get rejections. You need somebody to tell you and keep pushing you to tell you that, look, this is just this is normal in the process of you making the switch and making the transition, all right? Getting the entry into the space, it would happen. So you need somebody to tell you that and keep you going when the going gets tough. And of course, we have the weekly mentorship sessions every single week. You work with absolute professionals, Efemena, you'd work with myself, you'd work with Nene, who works with Zilos here in the UK, who is a Nike licensee. You'd work with Inena, who is a product manager, senior product manager here in the UK. Obina, who is a data scientist in Canada. Sheon works with Visa here in the UK. You work with Emmanuel, who is in Nigeria. Ibrahim, who is a machine learning engineer. Kelvin, a data engineer in Nigeria. Teniola and Abdurrahman, works with the Big Four here in the UK as a customer analytics analyst, as a data science consultant. Francis works as a business, and you work with, and these are just some of the professionals you'll be working with within the space. And for us to wrap up very quickly, all right, very quickly, we have a new cohort starting on the 2nd of September. All right, the new cohort starts on the 2nd of September. Our cohort for August, we had amazing, fantastic professionals they started their journey on a few days ago on the 5th of August. That was yesterday, Saturday, the 5th of August, right? The next cohort starts on the 2nd of September, where we'll be helping a lot of people also make the transition. But I'll be getting a lot of questions in my DM. How much does it take? You started yesterday, okay, fantastic. I hope you had a wonderful time in class. So how much does it take for me to get started? For you to get started in any of the programs on the 2nd of September is 600 Canadian dollars, 400 pounds, you're paying in pounds, or 320,000 Naira, all right? And we have an early bird discount, which is a discount that would last only for this month of August. The early bird discounts, which lasts for only the month of August. When the early bird discount ends, we have increase in all the fees across all the programs, especially the fees in Naira because of the exchange rates. So this is the last opportunity. I know for some of you, you've joined our master classes from time to time and you want to get started. So rather than paying 600 Canadian dollars or 400 pounds to start, or 320,000 Naira to start, you could pay a discounted fee of 500 Canadian dollars to get into the class, all right? And you can also make that payment in 2 installments. So instead of paying the full payment of 500 Canadian dollars, you can pay in 2 installments of 350 and 150. So 350 to get into the class, and 150 1 month after the class commences. If you're paying in Naira, it's 270,000. And this is the last time we're offering the program at 270. It's going to go up once the early bird discount ends, which ends on the 18th of August. 18th of August. And for the 270,000 Naira in Naira, if you're paying that in Naira, you can also make the payment of 180. First of all, to get into the class, to get registered, you receive a welcome kit, you join the new cohort, and then 90,000 1 month after the program commences. And if you're paying in pounds, it's 300 pounds to get started, 200 to get into class, and 100 pounds 1 month after the program starts. So from your data analytics to business analysis to data science, HR analytics, and financial analytics, they're all the same fee of this discounted amount. The only difference in fee is for the data engineering, which the discounted fee for the data engineering is 600 Canadian dollars if you're paying in Canadian dollars, 450 to get into the class, and then 150 1 month after the program starts. If you're paying in Naira, it's 350,000 Naira discounted instead of 450. And then you get to pay 250 to get into the class, and then 100,000 1 month into the program. And if you're paying in pounds, it's 400 pounds, 300 to get into the class, and then 100 pounds 1 month after the program commences. All right. So like I mentioned, the only difference in fees for the data engineering, for the data analytics, the business analysis, HR analytics, financial analytics, and the full stack data science are all the same amount. The early bird discount ends on the 18th of August. And from then, we'll have an increased training fee going forward. All right. So for those who would want to make payments, my colleagues would send the links into the chats. We have some people who started yesterday and they've had an amazing time. You cannot join the August program again to meet up where we started yesterday already. All right. We started yesterday already. So I would recommend that you start in the month of September. Okay, and all you have to do for those who would want to join is just to click on this link. My colleague will send it across, but let me just show you what it looks like. All right, so when you click on the link, it takes you into the enrollment details, and all you have to do is you can click on this link to take you to the brochure. Right, you can check the brochures of all the programs, the nitty-gritty, the details of what you'll be learning, and then you can make your payments. Initial or full payments, you can upload them here. The balance payments, you upload them here. So if I click on this link, this takes me into the brochure. Okay, let me see. Right, I'm not sure I have I think the correct link is sent into the chat. So ISOSA, if you have the link, or anybody who has the link should send to me, please, the link for the payments, which my colleagues would send into the chat for you. How do you pay by installments, Linda? So if you want to make payments by installments, all you have to do is you can make a direct transfer to our pound account or to our Naira account, which is a Fidelity Bank account. Okay, and once you do that, you just upload your payments. Okay, upload your payments where I showed you just a few seconds ago. Just give me 1 second. You upload your payments by clicking on this. All right, you upload your payments, you click on this, upload your initial payment. And once you click on this, you fill the form and upload your receipts. We confirm your payments. And once we confirm your payments, what next? We send you a welcome kit. Okay, so if you want to make payments in installments, and what I can advise for some people, they'll say, oh, I don't have the money to make payments now. Can I make the payments? Can I make a part payment and then complete it? Absolutely, you can. We had some people who paid £100 for the month of August. They paid £100 to secure the discount for the early bird. And then they made the balance payment before the program starts. So let's take, for example, you want to take advantage of the early bird discount, but for some reason, you can't pay the first installment of £200. You can take advantage because once the early bird discount ends, the program fee goes up, especially the Naira fee because of the exchange rate fluctuation we've had in the past. Yes, you can also make payments through PayPal. Let me see who is on the call that can send that to me. So ISOSA, if you're on the call, please send me the link. I think the link I have does not have the payments in here. Now, while I'm getting the link to show you that, you'd work on numerous projects, like I mentioned, real life project, Castro Technologies, where you'll be implementing projects for a HR related director of HR that wants to know if they should implement a gym in the company based on the performance of the employees. You'd work on Nestle product analytics, online food delivery for a company that does delivery services. You look at fraudulent cases in the bank. So what are the cases? What are the factors? What are the variables that leads to fraudulent transactions? You'd learn about that. You'd also work on a HR attrition case study where you'd understand the factors that leads to attrition in a company and help that company reduce their attrition rate from a particular level to another level, and so many projects like that. All right, and I'm just quickly going to show you some success stories because I said I was going to show you this, and I'll show you the last thing would be the platform. When you register the platform, where you get to see the people that started yesterday, you'd see what they've done so far across all the programs. All right, so we have Sunday, for example, started with us, and today Sunday got a job in the UK as a regulatory data analyst. While still doing his program, he has not completed his training with us, and he got a job as a regulatory data analyst in the UK after completing the data science program, the full stack data science program. All right, and of course you can see the message is sent to one of the data associates saying, "Good evening, I got a contract offer yesterday. Okay, he's a regulatory data analyst. I have been hired." He was super excited, and I filled his form. I think that was sometime around 3-4 weeks ago. I filled his reference form, and he has started the job today. We also have Nathaniel. Nathaniel got a job as a data scientist with Boehringer in Spain, one of the world's largest private research pharmaceutical firm in Spain. He got a job as a data scientist after training with us on our full stack data science program. And of course, he was thanking one of our senior data associates for his help, saying that what? Gracias, I got the job, man. Got a confirmation. Thanks so much for your help. And this was one of our data associates, Mohammed, who helped Nathaniel prepare for his interview. Help Nathaniel. Sunday is my colleague here in the UK. Fantastic, Peter. All right. So ask Sunday about his experience with us, how he worked with us, to get the job as a regulatory data analyst. Sunday at Delucy. He's doing absolutely well, phenomenally well at the moment. We have Amaka. Amaka also trained with us on our data analytics program, and she works with one of the councils here in the UK as a business support analyst here in the UK as well. She joined the program in January. She got this job, I think that was in June. She got the job in June. So it took her about 2 months after training with us to get the job as a business support analyst with one of the councils here in the UK. And of course, this is Desola. Desola got a job with the NHS, all right, as a business analyst after completing the business analysis program. And I'll talk a little bit about Desola's story because it's very interesting as well. Desola sent me a message that, oh, Adaiza, I've worked on my presentation because one of our associates worked with her to prepare her for our interview. I've worked on my presentation. Can you have a look at it? All right. So it was pretty late. She sent it to me, but I looked at it and I told her that, Desola, I think your presentation is fine. You are good to go. Go in there, ensure that you look at the timing. Okay. Keep your presentation, to keep it to time and don't overrun the time allotted. All the best. And of course, she sent me a message saying, hello, Adaiza. I am pleased to inform you that I got a job with the NHS. Thank you so much for your efforts, and I am very grateful. Let me tell you a little bit about Desola's experience, all right? Desola told me about the interview, and she asked for feedback. And part of the feedback Desola got was that when it came to the questions on business analysis, she was the best. That was the feedback she got. Where she didn't answer questions to the satisfaction of the interviewers was when she was asked specific questions about the NHS, because the role was open to both internal and external participants, right? And the internal participants, of course, would answer those questions a lot better compared to an external participant. But when it came to the technical bit of the business analysis, job function, the job role, she was the best in that regard. And that was what got her the job. And she has started her job working with the NHS here in the UK. The NHS is one of that organization that hires the highest number of participants with us at Tenalytics. And this is Benga. And Benga has come around so many times to tell his story on some of our sessions like this. Benga also, I'll talk a little bit about Benga's story because Benga's story is also very dear to me and very, very interesting. A lot of you can also learn from this. Benga had been trying to get into tech for the past 2 years since 2021. Benga moved to Poland since 2021 and he had been trying to get a job, but he couldn't get a job. It was from one rejection to the other. So he joined our program, all right? And he had series of interviews. I worked with him, for one of the interviews he had, and our other associates worked with him as well. And at the end of the day, Benga got 4 offers, and you can see the message he sent to me. I got 3 additional offers. So apart from the offer he got, where he eventually, picks that one, of course, because of the remuneration was good, the job, the work was also good in terms of hybrid working, remote working. He didn't have to go to the office every single time. He got a job as a business data analyst in Poland after, training with us. And this is him sending me a message saying that, boss, I got the job. I really want to say I appreciate you for the opportunity. And I was super excited. And I told him that, look, you decided to take the journey to start, and you decided to start with us. Okay. And I was telling him that, look, the pleasure is all mine. Congratulations for taking the leap and also joining Tenalytics. And this goes out to everybody. Okay. Aziz mentioned this. He said, look, just start. This is Steven's story. Steven used to work with Tesco as a customer success analyst. And today he got a job as a junior data analyst with the Access Group in the UK after training with us. All right. Of course, our exchange, the message, I sent him materials to prepare and all of that. Steven also joined our program in February 2023, and he's gotten a job today. So this, validates our submission that, look, the approach to landing a job is a process. All right. You don't need to go through another undergraduate degree of 4 years to get a job. No, you can learn the skill. And because it is project-based, you're working on projects, similar projects you'd work on in the real world when you get a job. Those are the projects you'll be working on. So you have that experience right from the get-go. Okay, you have Wislin, who joined the data analytics program. You have Emeka. Wislin works with Shell, by the way, somebody who had never done anything analytics. She works with Shell in the UK after training with us. She joined our program in October 2022. So roughly, she got the job 4 months after completing her internship. And you can see the message she sent to me. She was super, super excited. I had sent her materials to prepare. We had phone calls, interview preparation sessions, and she went into that interview and did very, very well. And I'm super excited for Wislin. Working with Shell in the UK. Also, Emeka works with the Western Union headquarters as a digital analyst in the UK. Olugbemi works with the business data analyst as a business data analyst with the Law Depot in Canada after training with us. You have Uthman. Somebody asked the question, can a fresher from the university get a job? Uthman works with the NHS as a business intelligence officer right out of the university. He had never done anything analytics before. I prepared him for the interview. I wrote his recommendation and reference, and Uthman was able to get a job with the NHS. One thing that was interesting about Uthman's transition story was it was 100% Excel, his assessment. And this goes back to the fact that you don't need to know everything to get started. No. The moment you've completed your Excel program with us, we tell you to start to apply to jobs, because so many people have gotten jobs with just the use of Excel. Assessment was 100% Excel. In fact, the assessments Uthman used to get this job, we converted it to a case study, and we still use it in-house till date. All right. So this is Uthman, fresh out of the university. His elder brother joined a session like this that we had, a free session, and was able to he paid for the program for Uthman and sent all the details to him. Uthman joined the program and today works as a business intelligence officer with the UK. You have Ubong, who works as a data analyst with Cognizant after training with us on our data science and data analytics program. You have Idris, who works with Jaguar Land Rover in the UK as a data engineer after training with us. So there are so many, all right? Chizoba also works with the NHS as a data engineer after training with us. She got a job sometime around June this year, 2023. You have Ebube works with the NHS as well as a data scientist in the UK after she had not even completed her training. And she was also telling us that, look, she's super excited. Thank you, Tenalytics. My first proper job in the UK after Tenalytics training. Abdul Rashid works remotely. For those asking about remote jobs, he joined our full stack data science program. He works as a data scientist with a company in the US, Chow 420, where he helps them solve problems, build machine learning models. He lives in Kwara State, Ilorin, Nigeria, and he works for the company in the US, earning in dollars, spending in Naira. This is Victor. Victor joined the HR analytics program, also works remotely from Nigeria for Hugo in Chicago, Illinois, as a people operations analyst after training with us on our HR analytics program. There are so many. And all I would say is take out time All right, take out time, go through all the different success stories and see the story that you are interested in and that easily relates to your own journey as well. Maureen works with TELUS in Canada as a HR data analyst after training with us, and so many more stories. Rafiat as a business analyst with the post office. You have Solomon who was from an engineering background, but today, after completing the financial analytics program, he got a job as a financial analyst in an oil and gas company. Okay, so many success stories, and I'll just love to take your questions before we call it a day. All right, you're going to get the slides, you get the recording, and you can go through all these different programs yourself. Again, if you want to make payments, like I mentioned earlier, all you have to do is ensure that you take advantage of the early bird discount. A lot of people always underestimate the discounts in terms of, oh, I need to apply, I need to apply, I need to make my payments. And I'm just quickly going to show you something while I take the questions that you have. Remember, the discount ends on the 18th of August. After that, the fee goes up to the original fee of £400, 320,000 naira, and 600 Canadian dollars. You can make payments if you are doing a direct transfer to any of these numbers. You are paying in naira, you pay to our bank account. It's a Fidelity bank account. And if you need to reach out to us, you can send us a message to any of these WhatsApp numbers, and we'll be very happy to engage with you. And if you are paying in pounds, you can do a direct transfer to our account details using the account details you have here into our pound account. You can also make payments in PayPal and Paystack, as my colleagues have sent to you. Okay, we're also going to have something we call the drop-in session. Okay, the drop-in sessions, whereby if you have questions like, oh, I'm not really sure what I should do, I don't really know what program to join, we're going to have a series of sessions where you can take advantage, join those sessions and see what you need to make a switch into any of these areas. All right, I'm going to see if you have questions that you'd like to speak, feel free to use the raised hand icon. I know time is fast spent. Feel free to use the raised hand icon and I'll be very happy to answer your question. All right. Sam Andy is asking, is Analytics registered and recognized as an IT training firm in Europe, and is your certificate acceptable? Again, I want to reiterate this, and I want everybody on the call to also take note of this. All right. And since the call is recorded, and for those who might have left, would also get the recording for those that fill the attendance form. Now, I have worked as a data analyst for the biggest organizations you can imagine across the globe, in Nigeria, in the UK, in the US, across Europe. I have never for once been required to provide my undergraduate, my master's degree, or any certificate at all. And I would explain the way the process works. All right, it's 100% skill-based assessment center. You are a data analyst. How do you prove to us that you have this skill? I'm going to give you a case study and I'm going to give you a data set. Take it home. We give you 2 days, work on the data, analyze the data, and come do a presentation to us. And based on your presentation, they would ask you questions. If you have a PhD, for example, all right, or you have a master's in a particular course, and I don't even have a degree, but the same case study that was given to you was given to me. We analyze the data, we come to present to the recruiters or the panelists. What happens? I'll get the job and you would not get the job. Okay, so I want us to start to shift from that mindset of, oh, I have a master's, I have a particular degree, and this is what would give me an advantage over anybody else. No. It doesn't matter what you have. What matters is how you are able to do what? To solve the problems given to you, answer the questions during the interview. be confidence in your skills on how you answer and respond to the questions that you'll be asked. All right. Of course, we are a registered company in Canada, in the UK, and also in Nigeria. All right. Let me see if I have any more questions. So I'll look for the questions while I take Vivian's question. So Vivian, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. So go ahead and unmute yourself, Vivian, and go ahead with your question.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to ask that I understand that you don't necessarily have to have a background or have any knowledge in data analysis, right? Because I think I'm quite scared of coding, mathematics, and the likes. I really get very scared of them. I mean, that's not my strength, right? Yeah, but here in the UK, I'm studying project management. So I was thinking, is there anything for probably IT project management, or should I just stick to switching to business analysis? I mean, yeah, I've been having that very quite confusing decision. Basically, that's what I really want.
Yeah, that's a brilliant question, Vivian. And again, if you ask the question on what is the best skill that complements project management, and that's business analysis. Now, as a business analyst, you have projects that you would manage. Of course, you come up with a recommendation that, oh, this process needs to be automated, and we need to implement a project. We need to implement a software, or build a software, or buy a software that will help to optimize or automate that particular process. Now, in the process of engaging these developers who would come up with a solution that you need, you'd come up with a project. All right. And you decide on the type of project methodology. Is it agile? Is it waterfall? And you'd learn the different methodologies on agile, Scrum. You'd learn project initiation planning. You'd learn how to use different tools that help you manage and track projects and activities and collaborate, like Confluence, for example. You'd learn how to use Trello to track projects. And these are all tied to project management activities. So I always tell people, right, and this is my personal opinion and what I've also seen as a trend, across the globe, most especially in Canada, and of course, across the UK as well, which is, as a business analyst, I would say you have 3 sets of skills you can leverage, 3 sets of skills. Number 1 is data analytics, because you're going to learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Number 2 is project management, because you learn the fundamentals of projects, the methodologies, the tools you need to manage and handle and track these projects. And then the business analysis bits, your requirements gathering, your elicitation, your stakeholder management, and all of those areas. So business analysis gives you a diverse set of skills where you can apply to different types of job roles. However, project management is very one-directional. And project management of today, most of the time, depending on the body of knowledge, in the UK, you're looking at a different body of knowledge compared to other, areas in other parts of the world, in North America, for example. But the approach you would see in most of the project management certification is leveraging not multiple methodologies, but one methodology. All right. You're not going to learn Scrum, for example. You're not going to learn, Agile. It's not Agile in the real sense of it. So these tools and business analysis gives you a wider array of jobs you can apply to compared to project management, which is why in 2023 and going forward into the future, my recommendation for anybody who asks for my, advice, I would say business analysis, and looking at, if you want to transition in the future, there is something called product management.
Exactly.
Okay? Product management. You can transition from business analysis to a product manager, which is more of a more managerial role, Yeah, it's a higher role, it's a more senior role from business analysis. So again, it gives you that diversity in the opportunities available that you can take advantage of.
Okay, not like someone is completely abandoning the project management somebody studied, or probably doing like a certification and some sort, right?
Well, it's not a total, you're not totally abandoning. However, I always also advise on focusing on one particular area. All right. So this would be a decision you'd have to make. Now, the reason why I don't always advise having two different, career path in your mind, it can cause a lot of confusion. And at the end of the day, you really would not have, expertise in one area because you are divided. So, but focusing on one area, if it's business analysis, or I want to double down on this, I want to learn this, and I'll focus on this and ensure that I'm able to extract all the possible value that I've invested, both my time, my money, and all the things I've done to get me to that particular point. So you're working from a point of, this is what I want to do, not that I'm going to do this and maybe in the future I'll move back to project management, if you get what I mean.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so welcome, Vivian. Okay, I'll take Wemi. So Wemi, please, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you very much. This has been very insightful, I must say, and honestly, I am blown. This is what people will pay for ordinarily, and I really want to thank the organizers. That being said, so this is me coming from a banking and finance background, studied undergrad, but never worked in the banking of one day. And then I've moved on to PR, like worked in different companies, done different things and stuff. But recently, like tech has really taken my mind, my attention, and it was upon my research, I stumbled on you guys. So now this is the thing, I really want to know what to do. So I have interest in data analysis. I have interest in being a product manager. And this evening, I now have interest in Power Platform Engineer. So this girl is so much of an Oliver Twist. Help her.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
so
I'm so not interested in coding. So yeah, no code, low code. I'll be glad.
No code.
Yeah.
No code, low code, absolutely, which is totally fine. And that's why we always say that there's a role for you depending on your own preference. But again, the advice I gave Vivian is you need to focus on one particular. You can be everything, no doubt about it. I've worked as a data analyst. And I studied industrial chemistry in the university. Okay, so nothing related to tech, obviously.
Okay.
I've worked as a data analyst. I've worked as a data scientist. I've worked as a data engineer. All right.
Okay.
And I didn't do this concurrently.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I started out as a data analyst, and then along the line, I developed skills in data science and then data engineering, of course. Now, you can be anything, you can be everything you want to, but you can't focus on everything at once.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now, one of the advice I'll give you is, if anybody asks me today that, what would you like to do again if you come back in another life, what career path? I'll choose data analytics again, all over again. Right. And that's simply because once you, I don't want to be philosophical, but I'd just like to mention this. Yeah. Now, when you are good at something, you learn something, you spend time to learn that thing, you complete projects, you do all the things you need to do, and you are good with it, you'll definitely start to like what you do. All right. So it's the opposite of passion. You do what you like, you do your passion, and then work will no longer become work. I believe the opposite. If you are very good at what you do, it will no longer become work to you because you are very good at that. So for me, I would advise that you pick a particular career path. Okay, you talked about data analytics, Power Platform, and product management.
Management, yes.
Yes. So I love to analyze data. I love to build things and present my findings. So I love to see myself in that meeting, either physical or in Zoom, on Zoom, where I share my screen and I walk people through, oh, these are the things I've seen. These are my recommendations. These are the things I think we need to do. You know, I love being in that position. So that's why data analytics is very interesting to me. I find it very, very interesting. All right. And so again, you'd have to look at all those different areas and pick one. Okay. Starts out with one. All right. Okay. I'll start with data analytics. You don't have to code. The closest thing you do to coding is your SQL. And trust me, SQL is one of the is like speaking English. Okay, people don't like hearing that because, but it's one of the easiest things, one of the closest things you would have to speaking English with regards to writing codes. It's very simple, very easy to learn SQL, especially with the way we have designed the curriculum for the data analytics program. So you look at one area. All right, maybe I want to start with Power Platform. It is no code, low code. I'll learn this when I complete my program, or before I complete my program. The focus, we divert the focus of our participants to getting jobs. All right. So how do I get a job and extract value for my investments? Once I've done that, I can then start to switch into another area. And that's Ubong's story. Ubong, for example, Ubong had done the data analytics program. He came back to do the data science. All right. And that's Ubong. So many people have done this as well. Okay. Learning is continuous. That's the constant. Always have to learn. So start with one, because you start with many. Trust me, you'll really not complete anyone. Okay. So start with one, decide on what you want to do. If you want to start with Power Platform, fantastic. You want to start with data analytics, fantastic. All right. Now, these areas, like I mentioned, looking at the three criteria, they fall within the three criteria that also relates to the other programs that we offer, which is ease of learning. They're easy to learn. Okay. They're easy to transition. And the salaries are also fantastic. All right. So focus on one. That'll be my advice, Wemi. And then once you're done with
so much.
The other one, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. I'll do that. Thank you so much.
All right. It's a pleasure, Wemi. You're welcome. Okay.
Same here.
All right. Let's take is that Gideon? Gideon, let's take Gideon. So Gideon, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. All right. So go ahead, Gideon.
Okay, thank you, Giza. I've been on your platforms, watching your program for some time now from Ghana.
Okay.
And I'm fully prepared to in this September.
Right.
I have things that I want you to help me explain. I've just enrolled institution MC in artificial intelligence. Before I saw your program and I became, I don't know I'm going to make this on the way, because as you're saying, I don't want to be looking at this side and look at this side too. I want to get focused.
Okay. Go ahead, Gideon. All right. I guess that's more. Gideon's network is a bit has a bit of a problem. So I think I'll take about 3 more questions because I want to wrap up at the nick of midnight. So let's see. I'm going to take Vivian and then Alexander. Vivian, please go ahead with your question. Okay. Vivian, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Let's take Alexander. Alexander, please go ahead. I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Adeze.
Good evening, Alexander.
Well done for the nice job My own is very simple.
Okay.
I've never seen the 4 walls of university before.
Okay.
I have O level, but I'm somebody that's always having a mindset, a progressive mindset. So I've been a businessman for some years. So, but the way things are going, especially here in Nigeria, things are not going well. So I cite your program. This is my second time of joining this program, and I'm really much interested. But my fear is if I can be able to transition to it, since although I have some basic knowledge of computer, so to say.
Okay.
That's my question.
All right. Okay. So again, one of the beauty of being in tech is it breaks boundaries of the limitations you'd ordinarily find in other career paths. And that's because, like I mentioned, it is heavily skill-based. Okay, it is skill-based. What can you do? What can you offer? If you are given a particular assessment that says, come up with a solution to this problem and come to a presentation, can you do it? All right. Now, it doesn't mean that some organizations would not still require degrees. You'd find some that would require for you to have a degree to, apply for that role. But you'd also see so many, especially the remote roles, where you would not be required to provide any sort of degree to get those jobs. And depending on what you want to do, like you said, you're a businessman, you probably maybe don't want to move out of the country at the moment, or you want to also move and ensure that when you relocate, you have the skills to apply and compete for the best jobs available out there. Absolutely, you can go for it. Okay. All you have to do, like I said, is you equip yourself with a skill. Okay. Learn all the things you need. If it's data analytics, you're joining, you understand the problem solving, you know how to use Excel, Power BI, SQL, Tableau, ChatGPT for analytics, Microsoft Fabric. And because the program is designed for beginners, is designed with the intention of everybody in the class being zero when it comes to knowledge of analytics. That's the way we design the curriculum. So your very first class in problem solving, and I'll show you very quickly, okay? For those that started yesterday, because we had new cohorts that started on the 5th of August. So let's just quickly go into the classroom. I'll move first of all to, let's check data analytics, and then we'll move to business analysis. So data analytics, let's see what it did yesterday. So of course, this is the platform where once you register, you get into this platform, and this is where all your materials are warehoused. Your recording, your class materials. So even if you miss a class on a Saturday, you really haven't missed anything. All right. And I click on classwork, and this takes me to all the materials for the program. And I'll walk you through the materials very shortly. But let's first of all look at the people that registered for the month of August. And this is just for EU, because the data analytics, we have morning classes and evening classes, depending on your region. Or let me put it this way. If you're in Nigeria, if you're in the UK, if you're across Europe, the time zone is almost the same. Nigeria, it's almost midnight, the same time with the UK. All right. So you'd be in the same class, you'd be in the EU class. But if you're in Canada, you're in the US, you'd be in the North American, class, which fits into your time zone. So we have flexible time zones as well. So this is data analytics for those in Nigeria, in the UK. And if I click on people, we have 68 people in this particular class. 68, and which is the reason we always tell people, look, take advantage of the discount. Not everybody got the discount here. Some got the discount, some did not. Okay, so this is for the EU class, 68 participants in class. But let's go to the classwork and see what they did yesterday. All right, so first of all, you have your onboarding materials, your welcome kits, which would be on the platform. You have some other materials on how to download Power BI for Mac, those using MacBooks, Apple laptops, and all of that, okay? You have an onboarding session, which held on Thursday. It held on Thursday, that's August 3rd. All right. And you have the recording. So for anybody who missed that session, all you need to do is come to the platform, access the recording, and you really would not miss anything eventually. Okay. Now, the first class they had, and this is still answering your question, the gentleman that asked the question. Let's look at the slide. So this is problem solving, which is the very first class. You have your login details. Okay. You have the slides and you have the class recording. Let's click on the slides and see. So I'm going to click on the slide and let's see what they learned yesterday. And of course, their class was handled by Nene. Nene is a strategic planning professional. She works with Zelos in the UK. So if you've ever bought a Nike shoe, all right, the company Nene works with is a licensee of Nike, and they help Nike with their sourcing and production of different products across the globe. She's worked with Denom in the UK, with KPMG while she was in Nigeria, the Bank of America. Absolute, astute professional across the space. Your very first question is, what is data? That's the very first thing you learn. So again, the assumption is you don't know anything. All right. What is data? That's the very first thing. You'd answer that question. Types of data, quantitative, qualitative. What is data analytics? And this is the way you learn the type of data analytics. We talked about a couple of them today: descriptive analytics, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive. So you start from a logical standpoint until you move into more complex things along the line. All right. So for somebody like you, sir, who has not done anything in the space before, you are new, you are a businessman, you can't learn all these things because you'll be learning from the scratch, just like everybody else will be learning. Okay, so you can start, and of course, by the time you are done or before you are done, you can start to apply to jobs and all the things you need to get a job. That's the other 50%, your mentorship, how to navigate the job market, your CV. Now, where would help you with the CV is simple, right? Which is where a lot of people struggle. Your business, you're not going to say, oh, I'm the CEO or I'm the owner or I'm the founder. No. You were a data analyst in that company, and all your activities, your role in the company would be tailored to fit into data analytics. All right. And that's the way it would help you work on the CV. Your LinkedIn would also be, created, optimized to capture all those different skills. Because guess what? You've learned the skill. You can defend the skill when you get in front of any recruiter eventually. All right. So this is the problem solving class, okay, which they had yesterday. That was the first live class. And if you remember, I said the data analytics, for example, you have your live classes on Saturday and the Watch Me Do It videos on Sunday. So they've received their first Excel Watch Me Do It videos where they would watch, implement what they see ahead of the next class on Saturday, where they would work on a real life project. Okay, so these are the materials, and then you have the videos that you need to watch. Again, you don't miss anything because all the things you need are on the platform. Now let's check another program very quickly. Let's check the business analysis. And of course, you can see you have the business analysis EU, the business analysis NA. So for those within the Europe, Africa region, and those within the North America, Canada, the US, you have different classes to fit into your schedule. But let's look into the EU class. I'll just click on classwork as well. And of course, their very first class was on Excel. Okay, that was yesterday. So you have the welcome kits, welcome to the business analysis class, installations, what you need to install, and then you have your onboarding session, and you have your first Excel class, which was yesterday, the 5th of August. Now let's look at the case study they worked on. Remember, I talked about the programs being case study based, and this because they started Excel yesterday, they worked on a case study. So let's look at the case study. The case study is a marketing campaign project, a real life project, okay? Marketing campaign project, customer behavior, where they were trying to see what they need to do to optimize the revenue from the customers. So what are the type of customers we have? What do they buy? When they buy this, what else do they add to it? And so on and so forth, all right? So this is the background of the case study. And then you have the data dictionary, which shows the different descriptions of the data you have. And then you have your tailored analysis, which are the questions you're going to answer when you're working on this project together in class, okay? So these are the class materials. You have your login details to join the class, and then you have the class recording for those that missed the class. All you have to do is come back here, watch the recording. So if I click on the recording, you'd see what happened in class yesterday, what they built in class. I'm just going to press play and hold on, all right? You see what they built in class, and then for somebody who missed and you watch the recording and you have questions, you have a WhatsApp group where your facilitator, your trainer is in that group. And you send your questions to the group and somebody will be happy to answer the questions that you have. Again, you have your interview, how to schedule your interview. So if you have an interview, for example, all you have to do is come here, click on the link to schedule an interview, and then you fill the form, okay? So when you fill the form, all right, you click on that. You select a date that you want to meet to have your interview. All right, let's take, for example, I select Tuesday. I select the time available on Tuesday, 6 p.m. It would send me an automated Zoom link, and then I get to meet and have I prepare for the session, for the interview I have, you know, the subsequent day, or as the case might be. All right, so this is class. Okay, and this was what they did in class yesterday using Excel. I'm just going to move. All right. So this is what they did in class. All right. It was presenting the consistency project in here. And of course, at the end of the day, they were able to build something really, really amazing. And that was the guy that took, the facilitator that took the business analysis class. Now, what's the consistency project all about? A lot of people, when they make a public declaration that they're embarking on a journey, they tend to stick to that journey. So there's something called the hashtag 60 days of consistency. So the moment you start, you're going to post this online to say, I'm embarking on a journey. Day 1, day 2, day 3, these are the things I'm learning. And you post that out there publicly on your LinkedIn, on your Twitter, on your Instagram, depending on what you want to use, your social media channel that you'd love to use eventually, all right? So it's something we also embed to ensure that people are always motivated to keep going. So when you see your contemporaries posting things out there, it will drive you and challenge you to also keep the pace and keep going, all right? So these are the classes that started yesterday. Maybe I'll show one class for August. Let's go to July. Those are started in July, data analytics, July, HR analytics, and let's see what they have been doing. Let's see business analysis, right? Business analysis, July, and let's see how far they have gone in the month of July. Of course, you also have the link to schedule your interview. We have your mentorship sessions every week. Your mentorship sessions are posted. So this is the 3rd mentorship session. I'm just going to scroll all the way down. 2nd mentorship session. 1st mentorship session. But let's scroll down and see what they did in July. And of course, the Excel, you have different sets of projects. Okay, malaria death case study, where you're looking at how to help a company, the United Nations, solve the problem of death due to malaria, right? So that's Excel. You complete your Excel, you move into Power BI, okay? You have your, case studies as well for your Power BI, and then you move all the way, you complete your SQL, and then you move into the business analysis bits of the class that you have. And of course, you can see the Upwork optimization. They've done that already. They've done several mentorship sessions, their CV review sessions. And the beauty of virtual learning is you have the opportunity to not miss anything. So if you miss anything, all you have to do is what? Go back, watch on the platform, and you have access to all the materials and to ask questions as the case might be. So I think I'll wrap up at this point. I'm not sure if there are so many questions we can't answer, but what I'll do is we'll have another session, okay, during the week. We'll have multiple sessions during the week, and we'll also have something we call one-on-one sessions, all right? Because I know you have so mmany questions. I can see Oluwafemi, I can see Linda, Eniola, I can see Gideon. Gideon came back, and so many questions, but time is fast spent, and we can't possibly take everybody's question. All right, we can't possibly take everybody's question. So we'll have a one-on-one session. So if you have questions, ensure that you fill the registration form, which is the attendance. Fill the attendance form and also join the WhatsApp group. All right, so that when the form for you to join a one-on-one session with myself, with Efemena and other professionals in-house, we can help answer the questions that we couldn't answer in class. Okay, so I'm going to see if we have more questions in the chat. If not, would call it a day. All right, so I'm not sure we have any more questions. Again, guys, take advantage of the discount. A lot of people come back to say, oh, I couldn't take advantage. I would love to take advantage. How can I do that? But time is already gone and the discount is also gone. Okay, again, what's your question, Vivian? I'm not sure I saw the question. If you can send it again, then I can quickly take it before I wrap up. I'm sure I missed the question, Vivian. If you can send it again, please do that. And I'll take the question before I wrap up. How can I switch from teaching? Very simple, Vivian. We've had people who were bakers, they own bakeries. We've had people who were lawyers. We've had medical doctors, different career path, and they were able to make the switch. How can you switch is to get started, all right? About the CV, your previous work experience, leave that to us, okay? Leave that to us. We'll work with you to help you, tailor your CV to capture the career path you want to join eventually. If it's data analytics or data science, leave that to us. We'll work with you to help you address it. But how do you switch from any career path? Look for the one you want to start, okay? Which one do I think I'll be interested in doing? Some people don't want to code, okay? Like Wemi said the other time, I don't want to code. I'm not interested in learning how to code at this point in time, all right? So I would love to do something that is no code or low code. So you have business analysis, you have data analytics, HR analytics, financial analytics. If you don't mind coding and you want to learn how to build predictive models, you want to learn how to forecast, see what will happen in the future, then you can start looking at data science. If you love mathematics and statistics, you don't mind implementing those things, data science will be fantastic for you. All right. If you want to work with computers, you are not going to work with people so much or interact with people a lot because your job will be focused on moving data from one system into another system and all of that. The only time you might have to interact with people is to understand their data needs in the company. Data engineering, which also involves a lot of programming, learning Python, Linux, Apache Airflow, and so on, Spark. You'd also learn how to, CI/CD for version control and GitHub. Now, that also involves a lot of programming. So when you get the slide, take out time and look through all the different career paths. Would I be able to do this? Would I find this interesting to do? Can I start this? Or if I start this, am I going to find it difficult? I'm somebody who is scared of numbers. But again, all of that is just in the mind. But you have to make a decision on one of the 7 to take. Okay, I was in that situation myself so many years ago. And I think everybody would have, at one stage in their career, find themselves in that situation. What exactly do I want to do with my life in terms of my career progression? But what I did was to look for something that I think I'll be able to do, and I started 10 years ago, and here I am today. All right, so take that step. That's all you need to do. We'll have the one-on-one sessions, like I said, during the week. So when you see that, Vivian, ensure that you register for it so that we can have a more, personal conversation around that area. Okay, let me see. So I'm going to call it a day at this point. Two things I want to quickly mention. Number one is, if you think this would benefit somebody else, your cousin, your brother, your sister, your friend, your colleague in the office that missed out on this, send the link to them when you receive it. Okay, send the link to them, help somebody to, start their career transition, going, ensure that you share the knowledge, share the message across. Now, also follow us across all our social media platforms, from LinkedIn to Twitter to Instagram. We are Tenalytics across all platforms. Okay, so follow us. We're going to have amazing sessions like this all through the month, all through the year, in fact. Okay, so we are at Tenalytics across all platforms. Follow us across all platforms so that you stay in touch with all the things we are doing and all the amazing stuff we are doing within the space. All right. Again, the last but not the least, before we call it a day, take advantage of the discounts and secure your slots even before your one-on-one session. I don't know what to do, but I want to secure my slots so that I don't miss out on the discount. The discount ends on the 18th of August. The goal for us is we want to go into companies, myself, Ifemena, into companies across the globe, here in the UK, in the US, and see people that look like me, dark-skinned Africans, people of the Black community, holding key roles in those areas. And we are not left to do the jobs we don't want to do because we have no other options. Okay, so we are here to show you that there are jobs available, there are opportunities available. The only gap are the skills required to apply and compete for those jobs in the markets. Okay, have a wonderful day. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for taking out time out of your Sunday to spend time with us today. Have a wonderful week ahead. And until we meet in another, session during the month or later during the year, have an amazing time, everybody, and cheers.